Go into rest of
that's 40% Latino, Jose, that could lead to some racial profiling. That's why you've heard.
Mute. Okay. All right. Well, let me
I don't know how long it
sign
takes.
sign in.
I don't know how long the response is.
It says enter email and password. Did you have to do that?
I don't remember. I just remember that first part. I don't remember. I couldn't think it was. I just thought you fill that stuff in and send it in and then they send back.
Yeah.
And I'm not about to try to keep
Uh-huh.
And it took her, I just yesterday got a response from her.
Uh-huh.
Basically, and it's real interesting because Blue Cross Blue Shield is in this somewhere.
Yeah.
And my representative's dad worked for Blue Cross Blue Shield. He was a big wig. And so I don't know if there's some kind of conflict of interest there or not. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Cindy Prather's father
Yeah.
works for Blue Cross.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if there's a conflict there. I don't know. I couldn't really tell if Lindsay knew about this.
Phoebe, you need to mute yourself.
got your questions, and feel free to ask him. If you've got some just for us, you can let us know later. Colleen Lanier at bellsouth.net and NCRSP president at gmail.com. And the real Linda Gunter, not the fake one you get a lot of emails from asking for money.
I never ask for money, so don't give that other Linda Gunner your money. I'm gonna try to get them to track it down. How many of y'all got a fake email from me? Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it could be. Where'd he go? I'll check here. I kept looking for you and then you were in the room. It's right here. Where did you get that paper from there? Did you get that? Right here. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah, yeah. One of them, introduction. Let's see. I didn't recognize him to the side there. He's outside the door, I think. I know, but he didn't think he's with him, I think. I think those are members. We can all close up the introduction again. When he comes in, we just come to the podium. Yeah, just go ahead. Just tell who you are.
Good morning. Amy Bridges and Deborah Cole Jones, your Region 2 co-directors, have the wonderful opportunity of introducing to you Dale Folwell. Dale Folwell, sworn in for the first time in State Treasurer of North Carolina in January 2017, making him the first Republican treasurer in 141 years. He was he was re-elected in 2020, receiving more votes than any other presidential candidate on the ballot in North Carolina. Under his strong economical leadership, the state pension plan is now among the nation's top 5 highest funded. Treasurer Folwell has a unique background, with his career beginning as a blue-collar worker, including jobs as a garbage collector, gas station attendant, and motorcycle mechanic. Like many blue-collar workers, he began his career taking showers at the end of the day and not the beginning.
And after earning a bachelor's degree and master's degrees in accounting from UNC Greensboro, Dale passed all 4 parts of the CPA exam in his first sitting in 1984. In the private sector, Dale worked as a registered investment advisor while venturing into public service. Dale always fights for the invisible, those who work with their hands, back, feet, heart, mind, and those who teach, protect, and serve. Thank you.
Let's have a hand for Treasurer Folwell.
Good morning. I was told to be here 11:30, not by your group, but by my group. So I don't believe in being late, so please accept my apologies. Thank you for that introduction. They left out Winston-Salem State. So for all the Rams out there, that's where I started taking my classes. So let me just give you a little bit of an update, and then I'll answer any questions you might have. Start with thank all of you for teaching, protecting, and otherwise serving in our communities in whatever aspect that you had. I talked to a lot of groups, high school groups, and I explained to them that it doesn't matter how handsome they are, how pretty they are, how rich they are, how smart they are, that one day they'll be my age. And that they will realize that they're standing on the shoulders of someone else. And I'm standing on the shoulders of so many people, maybe not in this room, but people back in Winston-Salem who expected the best out of me, but also wanted the best for me. My ICT teacher, it tells you how old I am. He just passed away at 92 years old, and I'm giving his eulogy next Wednesday, George Ernst, for any of you who are here from Winston-Salem. But my point of saying that to you is that in that introduction, you heard a little comment about advocating for the invisible. So in case no one has thanked you lately, I want to thank all of you for advocating for the invisible during your career. The most important person in my life when I was at Cook Elementary and Spees Elementary and Paisley and Wiley was the person that worked in the cafeteria because I was hungry. And my point of saying that to you is that we've gotten to a place in our society where we've forgotten the importance of individuals that make a difference in people's lives. So I see you have some goodie bags there. I hope there's some Tylenol in there because you might need that in about 15 minutes after you hear me speak. What I'm about to say to you is not emotional. It's not political, because with everything that's dividing our society these days, which is political party and race and gender, none of that exists at your treasurer's office. We focus on the green, GREEN. And my reason for saying that is that what I'm getting ready to tell you is highly mathematical. So if math makes you nauseous, you probably should get credit for this portion of the meeting and take a break. I'm going to talk about a lot of different things at once. But the main thing that you need to think about is that behind your faith and behind your family and behind your personal health, the two most important things in your lives are the things that the treasurer's office is responsible for: the state pension plan and the state health plan. And when I give these remarks to you, I want you to know that I'm standing on the shoulders of the public service workers back at the treasurer's office who take their jobs very seriously, who during COVID did not shut down. We're probably the only state agency that did not shut down during COVID. We found a way through common sense and courtesy to stay in the check delivery business because that's exactly what you needed for us to do. Very quickly, the pension plan remains one of the best funded pension plans in the United States. Secondly, we just got designated as for the second year in a row, is the most efficient pension plan in America. So my wife, by the way, any of you who are from Winston-Salem, when she went to work this morning, she was dressed up as the most beautiful 250-year-old woman you've ever met in your life, because she works at Old Salem. So when she goes to work every day, Colleen, she wears the period uniform. And she always says that when I'm talking about millions or billions of dollars, to try to put things into context. The most efficient pension plan in America means that that's less money that we're sending to Wall Street. That means that that's more money that's sitting in the plan that's available for benefits, because our loyalty and duty of care is to the people in this plan, not to Wall Street, not to big drug companies, not to big hospital companies, and not to big insurance companies. This is your money. The pension plan has some headwinds. These headwinds that I'm getting ready to mention to you are all blessings in your everyday life. Low interest rates, which we've had for about 15 or 18 years, that's a blessing when you're buying a house or investing in a business, but that's not good for big pension plans like ours. Earlier retirements, because there's no minimum retirement age in this plan, which means people can retire when they get their years of service in. That's a blessing to all of you who do that individually. And of course, the best blessing of all is increased life expectancies. So when you have interest rates this low, people retiring this early and living this long, that's why I say this is very mathematical. The pension plan remains one of the best funded pension plans in the United States. But the headwinds are that, and I used to stutter when I started taking classes at Winston-Salem State, so I have to make sure I say this to you slowly. there are less people paying into the pension plan than are not. Why should you care about that? And the reason I mentioned Cynthia is because it's not just you as public servants, it's your spouses who also supported you in your public service. Because Cynthia always says to kind of put things in context. The pension plan only gets its money from appropriations from the General Assembly, the 6% that you put in, and then whatever it makes. So when there's less people paying into the plan than are not paying into plan, you can see why that can be a mathematical conundrum. Now, when I say that to you, we remain in the check delivery business. This month, we're smashing records every 30 days. We're going to pay out $680 million in benefits for 30 days. Another nearly $190 million for healthcare, and another $80 or $90 million for prescription drugs. So we're spending about $900 million every 30 days for benefits. And I used to give these remarks, and Cynthia would be with me occasionally, and I would say, if you want to know why I act the way I do, my wife corrected me. She said, I know you 37 years ago before you were the treasurer, and you acted that way then. If you want to know why I talk the way I do and say the things I say, this is serious business. So the pension plan remains one of the best funded in the United States. The state health plan is one of the most unfunded, insolvent plans in the United States. For 42 years, promises were made to folks in this room to be eligible for lifetime health care benefits, but no money was ever put aside for that purpose. None. And this is the responsibility of Democrats and Republicans. It's funny how God made our hand that anytime you point a finger at someone, there are three more pointing back at you, right? So the state health plan is one of the most insolvent in the United States. We have a $30 billion liability. The unfunded healthcare, unfunded liability is equal to 1 year state budget. The deficit is 1 year of the whole state budget to run the whole state of North Carolina. That tells you how big of a hole this is. So we've been challenged as your keeper of your public purse for the last 7 years to do the most good for the most number of people that we can. Thank you. Now, what that means is that many of you are here in this room, I guess all of you are beneficiaries of the most fantastic negotiation of my term as the state treasurer, and that is our Medicare Advantage product. Thank you. And I can see some spouses doing this too, by the way. 0 premium to you for the basic plan. $4 a month to your dependents. And no cost to the taxpayers. Now, I was asked one time how we negotiated that, and the only person that makes me laugh in Raleigh is Steve Harvey when I get to watch Family Feud. And just let me know when it's time for me to get off stage, okay? So I was watching Steve Harvey one night, and by the way, I know this is going to be a little bit inelegant, but those of you who still have a crush on Joe Namath, you need to get over that, okay? He ain't wearing that white fur coat anymore, okay? You need to get over that little crush. But I was watching Steve Harvey, and Joe Namath or somebody came on and said, we can offer you Medicare Advantage for no cost. And I'm thinking to myself, I got 150,000 of those people. Wonder what I could negotiate that for. So when we were in the process of negotiating your Medicare Advantage product, we had Blue Cross and Aetna, United Healthcare, and Cigna, and a couple of other firms. We were all there together. And they said, Mr. Treasurer, where would you like to start with this negotiation? So I started telling this story about Steve Harvey, and they're wondering, where in the heck is this all going? And I told them this story, and one of them said, are you saying that we need to start at 0? I said, that's what I'm saying. So that contract came back at 0 cost to the member, $4 a month cost to the dependent. By the way, they did not want to offer that. Some fancy lawyers who did not go to Winston-Salem State and UNCG threw something up in my face that day called the emoluments clause. If you wake up thinking about the emoluments clause of the North Carolina Constitution, you probably should get a life. But the emoluments clause says that you can't offer something to someone that the taxpayers paid for unless you get something in return. So therefore, we cannot offer this to the dependents we can't offer it to the dependents. So I said $4. And they said, $4 what? I said, we're going to charge them $4. That way we're giving them something, they're giving us something, and therefore we don't have a problem with the emoluments clause anymore. That's how it went down. So thank you. And I say that because there's IQ and then there's I can. When I was at West Forsyth High School, I was told my IQ was 108. Now, I'd never made 100 on anything. I'm wondering where I got that extra credit points. I've since learned that 108 IQ is not so great. But there's also I can. And that's what that contract resulted in. So that contract is saving $1 billion a year. I mean, $1 billion over the 5 years, $1 billion. No cost to you, $4 to the dependent, no cost to the taxpayers. What did we do with that money? We've been using that for 6 years to freeze family premiums because we have folks, the next generation of folks like you, who are having to work 1 week out of every 4 to pay the family premium on the state health plan. 1 week out of every 4. My goal is this, your state treasurer, this is my last year. My goal was to lower the family premiums because we need young, healthy people on our plan to offset people my age. That's what we need because this is an insurance company. So we need young, healthy people to offset people my age so that we can balance this thing out. And when you have a plan, even though we have frozen the premiums for 7 years, when people had to work 1 week out of every 4 to pay the family premium, some of them just don't buy it, or they take the $25 premium and they don't cover their kids. We need these young, healthy kids on this plan to offset. That was the whole plan. But unfortunately, the insurance companies and the healthcare cartel, I call them a cartel because when I stuttered and I was taking classes at Winston-Salem State, I was told that when I was struggling to find just the right word to go to the Webster's Dictionary. The Webster's Dictionary defines cartel as an association which is formed to restrict competition or raise prices. That's what we're seeing in healthcare. Many of you have seen this, I'm sure, in the past, but when I attempted to find out what you were paying for healthcare, this is what UNC Healthcare sent back to me as the price list. Every single page was blacked out. What's more insulting is that in this order, in this stack, and I'm getting ready to split this audience in two by mentioning President Biden and President Trump. In this order, in this stack are 2 executive orders signed by both of those presidents to get rid of secret contracts. President Trump signed the executive order. President Biden signed the executive order to get rid of secret contracts. You still do not know what you're paying for healthcare in this state. And you can't tell after you get a bill if you've had an appendectomy or a tonsillectomy. And let me just tell you, those are 2 very different procedures. Okay. But just think about not you on Medicare Advantage, but think about the young folks who have an unexpected medical expense where no one is consuming healthcare, is consuming them. So what we've been trying to do is take advantage of our largeness. We're currently in another battle with prescription drug cost. Now, I'm the last person to ever be talking about weight loss drugs. And by the way, since we're just a week out of St. Patrick's Day, I think there should be a law that says that if you have any Scottish or Irish in your blood, that you deserve your own body mass index. I got an amen back there. That body mass index does not work for me. As I stand here, I'm obese according to the body mass index. So I shouldn't be talking about weight loss drugs, but obesity is a serious disease. And I'm in a battle right now with a company called Novo Nordisk. Now, Nova Nordis been charging the state health plan up to $1,300 or $1,400 for this drug here called Wegovy. Okay. Now, if you used to stutter, that's a hard word to learn, Wegovy. Now, in their home country, they charge $250 for that same drug. So I'm not questioning whether this drug works or not. I'm not questioning the seriousness of diabetes or obesity, because many of you know your state health plan board 5 years ago eliminated the cost of insulin because we're so serious about insulin adherence. We're not questioning whether this works. We're questioning what we're having to pay for it. Because a 4% bonus that the General Assembly appropriated to state employees last year in the retirement system, the 4% bonus cost $170 million for 250,000 people. This drug is being prescribed to 22,000 people this year, and it's also going to cost $170 million. That's why I had to get serious about this. Now, let's talk about the Senate bill that you asked me to come and talk about. This is a threat. It is a threat to the underpinnings of the pension and the state health plan. And the General Assembly, from the party that I'm a member of, did not put it, it did not pass either chamber of the legislature. It got put into the budget. Oh, excuse me, it passed one chamber, but then it did not pass the other chamber. So it got crammed in the budget. And that provision didn't say we're going to explore, we're going to look at, we're going to consider. It said must or shall, one of those two words. Now, what's happening is UNC Healthcare wants a divorce. And I'm sure there's been divorces in this room or divorces outside this room. And people get divorced all the time. But we have been married to UNC Healthcare in terms of their employees being participants in this pension and health plan for over half a century. They want a divorce, but they don't want to pay their bill. They're leaving $500 million worth of liabilities in your pension plan and not paying it. On the state health plan, they're leaving $1 billion. It's like all of us going to a restaurant and we run up this big tab and then somebody leaves and doesn't pay their bill, and then everybody else has to pay their bill. And I'm not going to stand for it. And the Republicans and we have a process in place. We have people who leave the pension plan all the time, maybe a charter school that closes down. When you're in the pension system and you leave, we have a process by which we collect the money back from you that you owe us. Because the people who worked at charter school did not shut it down. And they're going to expect to get their benefits. So we're going to pursue this in the exact same way that we pursue everybody else that owes the treasurer's office. We're going to pursue it on the pension plan. We're going to pursue it on the state health plan. But it gets more wicked than that. So Blue Cross Blue Shield got another law passed in the General Assembly that was very confrontational, that allows them to set up these subsidiaries. So now Blue Cross Blue Shield, who is no longer going to be the third-party administrator for the state health plan, have now partnered with UNC Healthcare through this other company that they've established, not called Blue Cross. And now they're going to be providing the health insurance to the employees of UNC Healthcare. So Blue Cross Blue Shield, who's also suing the state health plan, we've been in a 2.5-week trial over this. Blue Cross Blue Shield is now going to be doing the work for UNC Healthcare. On top of that, OSHR tried to divorce from the platform of open enrollment. Now, have you ever seen a picture of a person's brain when they go through open enrollment? It literally turns, if you did an MRI on the brain, by the way, the copay on that's going to be $2,000, by the way. But if you did an MRI on the brain while somebody was going through open enrollment, it literally turns red. It's one of the most anxious times that people face. When I became your state treasurer, there were 28 clicks you had to go through open enrollment. Last year, it was 8. We've gone from 28 to 8. And now OSHR wanted to remove and separate the flexible spending, the dental. They wanted to separate all the flexible spending accounts from the open enrollment of the state health plan so that people would have to go to two different platforms to do all that work. And I'm opposed to that also. Why do we want to create chaos in the lives of those that teach, protect, and serve? And it's, I hate to say this, it's all about this. It's all about the money. So my point of saying all that to you is I'm opposed to this provision. I'm going to pursue it for the rest of my time as the keeper of your public purse, just like I would anyone else that owes your pension plan money, and just like I would anyone else who owes the state health plan money. And it's not a Republican or Democrat issue, it's a moral issue. When you get a provision put in the state budget that allows you to divorce from this system and not pay the bill that you're leaving behind, that's not right. And as Governor Martin always told us, doing right's rarely wrong. And we're going to pursue that. And I'll be glad to take any questions that you might have on any of these topics that I've covered. My wife says I don't have good hearing, but I think I do. Go ahead. And I'll repeat the question. Right. The question is, how did Blue Cross, or this company, I think it's called Brighton, how did they get this business? I don't know. It's just like when we try to request information about the thing called the ORP that exists at UNC Healthcare. I'm the state treasurer and we can't really get information on that. What I can tell you is this, is that it's a very serious issue. And the request for proposal was just a way to go around them getting the business. And I think that's something that also needs to be investigated. I want to say one thing because it's very important to me based on where I've spent most of my life. As of 3 months ago, new employees at UNC Healthcare had a choice between the retirement system and the ORP. As of January 1st, that choice was taken away from them. Now, why should that chap you? And that's the nicest word I can use with you today. Why should that chap you? Because 91% of the new employees at UNC Healthcare who make less than $20 an hour, which is $40,000 a year, choose the retirement system. Because when you make $20 an hour, you can't get retirement ready in this inflationary world. So you have to have the certainty of the retirement system. That has now been taken away from them. 91% of the people who work at UNC Healthcare avail themselves of the retirement system option, and they no longer have that option. It's sad. Thanks.
Thank you for being here.
Mhm.
We appreciate you being here because we feel like we've been left out in a lot of ways. And I really appreciate you standing up. What can I go back home and these people go back home to our locals? What can we say? What can I say to Representative Elmore that will make a difference as far as when April 24th, when everybody comes back, if they can do something for us? And number two, are you worried about the future of education in North Carolina? You didn't get the nomination for governor, and we're worried now. So are you worried about that? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Two questions. What can y'all do? And secondly, what are my views about and my concerns about public education? The second one first. I'm concerned that the joy of achievement and upward mobility have been taken away from our youth for lots and lots of different reasons. And I've never consumed any alcohol or any drugs. And I'm not saying that because it doesn't bother me that people drink. I say that because in the environment I grew up in, there was no room for mistakes. And I also say that because it's important to realize that the most powerful narcotic on the face of this earth, other than the Bible, is the joy of achievement. And it's sort of what Ralph Earnhardt told his son, Dale Sr. one day. He said, what you have, no one can put in you and no one can take out of you. When we have a public education system that can get back to the joy of achievement, to put the upward mobility in people's lives like I had, that's going to be the future of public education. It's my understanding that any inquiry that anyone has tried to make to a legislator or to legislative staff on this subject, they've been told no, or we're not going to give you, is that correct? They don't know. Well, sorry. What'd you say? Anybody calls me honey, I'm going to call them twice. Right. Right. Okay. All right. So let me tell you why that's important. Last year, the General Assembly exempted themselves from the public records law. They passed a law that says that they do not have to produce any public records. Now, that doesn't apply to the treasurer's office or the governor's office. It doesn't apply to your county commissioner or your city council. It doesn't apply to anyone but them. Now, the reason I'm not popular in the General Assembly is I'm the only Republican who came out against them on that topic. The only one. And I didn't do that to pick a fight. I did that because doing right's rarely wrong. And you cannot exempt yourself from public records laws when it comes to public education and funding of your pension plan and how this contract got RFP'd. You cannot exempt yourself from these laws when it's the people's business and the people's money. So since you said amen, I just want to remind all of you with the last name of Folwell, this is going to seem sort of funny, but so many people think the word repent means to say you're sorry. The word repent means to stop what you're doing and reverse course. Got a few more amens there. Yep. And what UNC Healthcare and whoever's laughing all the way to the bank about this, and what the General Assembly needs to do is repent. They need to stop what they're doing and they need to reverse course and undo what they did in this law. That's my opinion.
Question about legalized gambling in the state of North Carolina. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it. What does that mean for? And what amount of money are you talking about? And
thank you. The question was about legalized gambling. And the last thing we need in this society right now is public officials answering questions unless they absolutely know the answer to it. Okay. I don't know how much it's going to raise. That's the second answer. And where it's going is wherever the General Assembly intends for it to go. I will tell you that I've voted against the education lottery because when I was on the floor of the House, 40% of the education lottery profits were supposed to go to public school construction. 40%. 3 years ago, that percentage had dropped to 17%. Well, now you're getting ready to be even more irritated. The profit of the lottery had doubled and the percentage had been fallen in half. So if you just run the math on what I just told you and close your eyes and imagine what that could have done for rural North Carolina, that's depopulating, that's having trouble raising property taxes to renovate or build public schools. It's unimaginable what we could have accomplished without raising property taxes on people if the education lottery money for public school construction would have gone where it was supposed to go. I think they just need to change the name of the lottery. Just change it to the lottery. Because if you're going to take money from the quote education lottery and supplant it with other types of funding, then just call it the lottery. Don't even put the word education with it. So that's my answer to your question. On legalized gambling, I've always been opposed to sweepstakes. I've always supported the Sheriff's Association on video poker, and I'm against casinoing the state of North Carolina.
Okay, well, one last question.
So a question, do you know whether Blue Cross was or UNC was using Marsh or one of the other big insurance bargaining agents to bring those things to the table? Because normally, if you're trying to save yourself money on benefits, you're going to bring somebody like Marsh to the table.
Right.
Because they're going to try to cut the bottom out from under the employee. This isn't about helping any of the employees at UNC. This is about saving administration a lot of money and trying to make more money for the hospital, which they're already killing people on.
Right. Thank you. Do you have a twin?
Huh?
Were you sitting back there?
I was sitting back there.
Okay. All right.
I came.
I know. I'm glad to see you, but I was just thinking, am I seeing double?
Oh, honey, that would just be too much for anybody.
I know. All right. We should get an amen about that. Amen. Well, when she came up here with these two T handle, with those shoulders good out like that. So,
Listen,
yeah.
I've had to sit at the bargaining table
Yeah.
too many times
Right.
against that kind of stuff,
Right.
which does not do a fair job of anything. And I know your party and I know what other people think,
sure.
but it's about time that public employees in the state of North Carolina had a seat at the table and the power to bargain contracts that are good for them.
Right. Thank you. You Let me take this one. Okay. One last question, then I've got something I want to say to you in about 80 seconds. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
The people who are on the lowest rung at these two hospital institutions are going to end up on welfare and become homeless at the current state of events.
Right.
And that's a shame and disgrace on the greatness of North Carolina. And that's a statement that needs to be made over and over and over. We've got some people who are hurting the majority of the citizens eventually. And I pointed my finger at a lot of others, and it's not to hurt you.
Yeah, because
But
you
it's
called me
right.
a few minutes ago.
Yeah. I didn't mean to embarrass you or anything,
Oh,
but you are one of us.
yes. Well, thank you for saying that. And that's why I always advocate for the invisible. And I'm gonna give you the definition of the invisible. The invisible are people who do not have the money to have political influence, going back to this contract. The invisible are working 1 or 2 jobs, paying their taxes and praying for a better outcome in their life. That's who I advocate for. I advocate for the invisible. Speaking of the invisible, I can't believe our smallest division has over $1 billion in it. We're managing, your pension plan is part of a treasurer's office that's managing the 26th largest pool of public money in the world. That's how big this is. But one of our divisions is called nccash.com. Now, there's someone at each one of these tables that has money sitting at nccash.com. And so I'm going to give you all one of these cards, and you need to go to nccash.com after your events are over and check your name, your maiden name, your kids' names, your parents' names, your PTA, your Girl Scouts, your church. There's $1 million that belongs to churches at nccash.com. Your business name. We paid out $110 million this year out of nccash.com. There's no charge to look it up, no charge to make a claim, and no charge, and the money stays there forever. Now, a year ago, we gave $200,000 to a lady who is the beneficiary of a life insurance policy from an old boyfriend. Now, some of you may have, listen up. Don't raise your hand. Some of you may have old boyfriends that have $2.38 sitting at nccash.com. But this old boyfriend of hers passed away and had designated her 12 years ago as a beneficiary of a life insurance policy and never told her. So I was giving this speech up north of Winston-Salem one day, and I was holding up this NC Cash card, and all of you will get one of these. And the lady comes up out of the first row and she takes the card out of my hand. And I said, "Ma'am, have I offended you?" She said, "Oh, no, sir." And I said, you wanted to get your hand on that card pretty quickly, didn't you?" And she said, "Yes, sir." She said, "I want to go to nccash.com to see if I've got any old boyfriends." And my reason for telling you that, I looked at her hand and she had a ring on her hand. I said, "It looks like you're married." She said, "Oh, yes, I'm happily married, got 4 children. We have a grandchild on the way." And I said, "And you're announcing to the whole crowd that you're going to go to NC Cash to see if you've got any old boyfriends?" And she never missed a beat. And she said, "You know what? It might just be worth it." So I hope my remarks today have been worth it to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we can leave the card here.
I'm gonna
Okay.
at the end of the road.
At the end of the road, okay.
All right, it's gonna be like elementary school. I'm gonna hand the cards at the end of the row, make sure they get down to the other end of the row.
Let's have applause for Treasurer Folwell. He might ought to look because he might have an old girlfriend. We are due to start right up at, if you want to take a stretch break or whatever. We're supposed to start, oh, I got to give this a treasurer too. Take a stretch break and then we'll start back up in just a few minutes. I'm up front, like Dorothy Blackstock, Dr. Johnson. Yeah, you're right there. Yeah. So Lena, did he say he had a light or anything for us? Because I don't know what it looks like. And welcome everybody here. I'm Linda Gunner and I'm your president. We have, I don't know how many locals across the state, probably every region is represented here at the convention. We also have a hybrid. There's approximately 200 people here in person and about another 100 at home. So let's have a little applause for the folks at home. Yay. We hope that they find this exciting as they're sitting on their couch watching their TV or looking on their computer. And they're hearing it from Zoom. So Zoom has changed our lives. And we are certainly pleased to have everybody here. And I think we had a good kickoff there with Treasurer Folwell. So we're going to start our program with Dorothy Blackstock is here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Yeah, stand right there and you just read it. You say it. I'll okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. One more thing to worry about. The results of parking.
Delegates, if you would please be seated. We have Dr. Johnson up here for the thought of the day.
Good afternoon.
The thought for the day I'd like to share with you is a poem from Langston Hughes titled Helen Keller. She in the dark found light, brighter than many ever see. She within herself found loveliness through the soul's own mastery. And now the world receives from her dower the message of the strength of inner power.
Good morning. Okay, it's not going to turn. Okay, Zoom logistics. Procedure for virtual delegates. All virtual delegates must rename themselves to indicate their registered names and locals. Virtual delegate recognition. Any virtual delegate who is desiring recognition shall make the request in the chat indicating the item to be discussed and the position on that item. Virtual delegates making motions. Virtual delegates shall submit main motions in the chat. Virtual tellers. Virtual tellers shall be appointed by the president to count, tabulate, and report votes. Rules of conduct. In the interest of intentionally fostering goodwill and trust and protecting the rights of all individuals to dignity and mutual respect, NCRSP expects all participants in the 2024 NCRSP Convention to respect others and their views, recognize and value individual differences, promote mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation as the basis of interactions amongst participants in NCRSP activities, events, or meetings. Maintain the reputation of NCRSP by conducting themselves in accordance with high standards of professionalism. Thank you.
If Melanie Hudson and Teresa Chapman would come up to prepare for your part, we're going to be reaching out on Zoom to Dr. Rosemary Lowry Townsend from Lumberton, North Carolina, who is going to give us the land acknowledgement. So she should be coming on Zoom. Can we see her name up at the top? Are you there, Rosemary? Does anybody see her? And we'll, yeah, people are putting their names up there. That helps a little bit. But if you are there, all you need to do is to speak up. Okay, we'll go on to the next thing and be looking up there. Some of you on this side of the room, right by the TVs, to see if you can see her. We're a little bit behind, but she was ready. Okay, so we're going to go to Melanie Hudson, who's going to give a brief introduction for Anita Gibson, our NEAR retired president. I think I see Anita on here. Okay, so come on, Melanie. Thank you.
Anita Gibson started teaching in an elementary school in her hometown of Gainesville, Alabama. She has also taught high school at in the Workforce Investment Program. It is my pleasure to introduce our NEA retired president, Anita Gibson.
Thank you, Melanie. And thank you, Linda, for the invitation to join you today. I want to say hello to the North Carolina retired school personnel. You know, it's so good to be with you today. And let me just start by commending you and your efforts that you put in place to create a virtual space so that about 100 of your members and myself were able to join you and given that opportunity to participate in your convention today. You know, we live in exciting times when we can actually come together like this and conduct business and yet be miles apart. I'm actually joining you from sunny Las Vegas, where it is just a little after 9 o'clock in the morning. And I'm here for the NEA ESP conference, and I'm promoting NEA and state retired membership here. Speaking of membership, I understand that you have recently completed a member-developed membership material and website launch. And you know I had to check both of those out. And I just wanted you to know that they look fantastic. And I know you have to all be so very, very proud of them. It's clear that you understand the importance of not only membership growth, but member engagement as well. I applaud your commitment as you work to improve both in each of your 90+ locals. As your NEA retired president, I share some of those common goals with you. One of those is centered around a revamp of the retired landing page on the NEA website. The initial work for phase 1 has been completed, and it was rolled out to state leaders last week. We're going to continue to update that information in a timely manner, but we all feel that the page is much more user-friendly now. And if you haven't had a chance to check it out, I encourage you to do so. You can just simply go in and type in your search bar nea.org/retired, and it will take you to that page. You know, I'd really like to hear your comments, your thoughts about the page. If you find something that we've missed or something that you want us to look at adding, please just let me know. We'll be glad to look at that. The second part of this plan is to refresh the NEA retired recruitment materials. And we've been working with NEA communications staff to not only develop new printed materials, but also to develop a video that would be like on a loop, and also a slide presentation that states could adapt to personalize and use in their individual recruiting campaign. We do expect to have these completed in the very near future, and I'm really excited about what they're looking like so far and how we can make that available to each of you in your work that you do for recruiting and engaging your members. And of course, we all know we can't just recruit new members without a plan to engage them on the local, state, and even the national level. Part of our national plan is to ensure that every member sees a place for themselves on at least one of these levels. To help with this, we have opened up each of our national committees to provide a space for at least one representative from each state. We've also designated at least 1/3 of those positions on these committees for members who have been retired 10 or less years. We think that by doing this, this will enable them to work side by side with experienced committee members while providing continuity in the important work that we're doing. Another goal is to increase the number of first-time retired attendees at local, state, and national conferences. And let me just tell you, we just finished our March leadership, retired leadership conference in Chicago. And we were beyond excited when we got the final count, and we had broken a record for first-time attendees at this conference with 74. So that's a great start, and I have unofficially dubbed this year as the year of the retired NEA breaking records. And you know, we broke several records at the March conference: the number of attendees who were there, the number of first-time attendees, the amount of funds that we were able to generate for our scholarship program, and our PAC donations. So I think we're well on our way for this to be a great year. And speaking of this conference, you know, participants, we had a great presentation on GPO Web, and participants there took part in a postcard writing activity that was focused on the repeal of GPO and Web. I'm sure you're very familiar with this. It's a very unfair practice that impacts almost 32,000 retired educators, firemen, policemen, rail workers, and their spouses and children in North Carolina alone. With more co-sponsors than ever before, it's time for Congress to move on this issue, and you can expect to hear more from us. We're looking for a markup sometime in late May, early June, and hope that it will come to a vote on the floor of Congress. So we'll be keeping our state president apprised of any developments there in ways that you can help with that. As we prepare for the retired annual meeting on June the 30th and July the 1st in Philadelphia, let me encourage those of you who will serve as delegates and those of you who just want to know what's going on to be sure you visit the landing page for NEA Retired for information and updates, because they will be updating that quite frequently. In closing this morning or this afternoon, where you are, I just want to wish you a very successful convention. And I want to thank you again for allowing me to just share a few things with you today as you get started. And Linda, again, thank you so very much for the invitation and the committee for putting this together and enabling me to be here with you while I'm in Las Vegas working for NEA Retired. Thanks again.
Thank you, Madam President. It's an honor to have you. Maybe next year you'll come in person. Okay, next we have Teresa Chapman with an interesting introduction.
The second person to bring us greetings today is a graduate of East Carolina University with a bachelor's and master's in music education. She was a K-5 music educator before embarking on her current job. She now leads the largest organization for public school employees in North Carolina. Let's welcome NCAE President since 2020, Tamika Walker Kelly, daughter of 6A members Emma Walker Source and Joe Source.
Stand up. Mom and Dad watching.
That's right. Shout out to the parentals. We love them very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Now, I know, it's past the early morning hours, but y'all get up and it is the afternoon. And I heard that y'all like to have a good time. So I'm going to say this one more time. Good afternoon, everyone. See, y'all sound so lively and awake. I just love it. I love it. So it is a privilege to be part of this significant event, the NCRSP convention, where we come together as a community, both in person and virtually. It is a joy to see so many familiar faces and welcome new members to our retiree family. For those NCRSP members I have yet to meet, I am Tamika Walker Kelly, elementary music teacher from Cumberland County, and the proud president, shout out to Cumberland County and 6A, and the proud president of the North Carolina Association of Educators. I am deeply honored that NCRSP has given me the opportunity to share a few words with you during your convention. So whenever I get to be in spaces with educators, I am reminded of the joy that we have in our work. The joy that often gets overlooked or forgotten because of the challenges that face education feels so daunting and overwhelming. Now, whenever I get to be in rooms with retired educators, I am full of a different type of joy. And that is the joy to be able to listen and to learn from your experiences and your wisdom. So first, I want to say thank you. Because of the many different paths that you have paved, I get to stand in this role today. and that the educators of North Carolina are immensely grateful for the work that you have done for our profession. So thank you very much. Now, as I stood in front of NCAE delegates just this past weekend, and some of you were there, and as I stand before you now, I'd like to share a few words that convey the critical juncture that we are in this moment. The very existence of public schools in our state is under threat.
That's right.
The undoing of this public institution, this public good, has been a long time in the making. Now, there is only one, make no mistake, there is only one organization that is doing the important work of fighting for our public schools. The only one that is comprised of all of the public school staff that work in it today, that are in school buildings and at work sites right now. And that organization, that union, is NCAE. Now, in the midst of what attacks are coming and those that have come, this cannot be a time when division in our house takes root. We must be focused on the bigger goals that lie ahead of us. Now, last year when I was here before you, I talked about the work NCAE was doing to build its strategic plan. Now, I am proud to share with you that this plan has been put into action. After just 11 months, we have seen the success of this work so far. NCAE is growing for the first time in 16 years. We are taking our place to lead with educational excellence, and we are building a movement to restore the promise of public schools and our democracy. Now, with your NCRSP leadership, Linda and Lena, we are moving more unified than ever to achieve these goals. Now, make no mistake, we cannot afford to be distracted, to not fall into traps of silly season, because we have public school students and educators who are counting on us.
Right.
Now, moving forward requires us to change a little or a lot, depending on how much you need to change. Change requires us to challenge ourselves, to do things differently than we have done them before, to try new and innovative ideas and tactics. The world around us is changing. Our communities are changing. Our schools are changing. Our students are different. And we must respond and adapt to meet those challenges of today. Now, understand, embracing change doesn't mean that we discard the wisdom of the past. Our traditions and NCAE's legacy throughout the year hold valuable lessons for us, as I shared with our delegates. We must honor our history while organizing the present to win for the future. Our work together as both actives and retirees, as one NCAE, because we are one NCAE. That work will continue to create the momentum that we need to move our plan forward. And so, as I leave you today, I want to leave you with this. The past is where you learn the lesson. The future is where you apply it. But you cannot give up in the middle. We have work to do in NCRSP, and we cannot give up in the middle. So NCRSP, I look forward to the work that we will continue to do together. Thank you and have a marvelous convention.
Thank you. Tamika makes us proud, and it's hard work being an active president, as our former presidents realized down here in the front. So thank you. Okay, I got a message that Dr. Rosemary Lowry Townsend is on there. I think I see her. Rose?
I'm here.
Okay. There she is. Yeah. Thank you so much. We've asked you several years and they keep coming back saying, we want you, we want you. So this is really important that you are joining us today. Thank you.
We begin by acknowledging that we all meet on the traditional lands of America's first people. Here in North Carolina, we are on the land of the Eastern Band of Cherokee, the Cary, the Lumbee, the Hollowassaponi, the Saponi, the Meherrin, the Occaneechi Band of Saponi Nation, and the Waccamaw Siouan people. We honor America's first people and all elders past, present, and emerging. And we are called on to learn and share what we learn about the tribal history, the culture, and contributions that have been suppressed in telling the story of America. Dear Creator, thank you for the gracious blessings that you granted our ancestors on these lands and their learning experiences that they willingly shared. We acknowledge their obedience to you and their labor to hardship and unity with family and community. Thank you for allowing them to serve as first people on these very lands. We ask your continued blessing of protection. Thank you for providing our ancestors with the leadership skills in spirit, work, and community that authentically develop their character as innovative, persistent, and self-determined individuals. We ask that now, Creator, that you give us an unconditional wisdom that allows us to serve you in all ways and to make decisions that only advance your will and kingdom. And all this we pray. I am Rosemary Lowry Townsend, a member of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, numbering over 54,000 enrolled members. We are the largest Indian tribe east of the Mississippi River, located mainly in southeastern North Carolina along the Lumber River. There are numerous theories about the historical tribal origin of the Lumbees. In the late 19th and the early 20th centuries, the prevailing theory was that the Lumbees were the descendants of the coastal Algonquin tribe of North Carolina and the English colony that mysteriously disappeared from Roanoke Island in 1587. More recently, theories suggest significant tribal influence from the many Siouan-speaking tribes from the Piedmont and the coastal plains, particularly those that lived on this area for a long time. Regardless of the tribal origin, archaeological evidence indicates a continuous indigenous presence in the area for over 14,000 years. A number of events in Lumbee history have forced the tribe to assert its rights. The decade of the Lowry War from 1964 to 1874, or from 1864 to 1874, saw unbounded violence against the white establishment throughout Robeson County. Led by the Lumbee
hero or outlaw, Henry Berry Lowry. The Lowry gang waged war for 10 years in an effort to fight the injustices perpetuated against the Lumbees by the Confederacy and the local militia. Because of his unrelenting struggle, Lowry mysteriously disappeared in 1872. He has now become the legendary hero of the present day Lumbee people. By the late 1800s, reform had come to North Carolina. In 1885, the state legislature created a separate educational system for the Indians of Robeson County. In 1887, an Indian normal school was established to train the Lumbee people to be teachers in their own schools. For many years, this was the only higher education institution available for Lumbees, and that was from 1949 to 1953. Pembroke State College grew out of this early normal school, and it was the only state-supported four-year college for Indians in the United States. Pembroke State College is now the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, one of the 16 constituent campuses of the University of North Carolina, and serves a multicultural student body. In 1956, the federal government officially recognized the Lumbees, but withheld customary Indian benefits and services. Through administrative and legislative efforts, the Lumbees have continually tried to remove the restrictive language of 1956, but have not yet been successful. On November the 7th of 2000, the Lumbees elected a 23-member tribal government, part of whose focus is to achieve full federal status as a tribe. In closing, I would like to invite all of you to join the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina in our efforts to correct the unfairness of the Lumbee Act of 1956. If you know and can contact any congressional member, ask them to support the Lumbee Fairness Act, House Bill 1101 and Senate Bill 521. Thank all of you for what you have done. Thank you for what you are doing. And thank you for what you will do for public education. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lowry Townsend, for being with us today. She will join us again tomorrow for a brief memorial for one of our past presidents that passed away. So the Zoom worked for two people. And now we've got our esteemed Vice President, Lena Merrill Chapman, to introduce our board.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. It's so exciting to see you, and I need some smiles because this is your opportunity to meet some of the hardest working people you know. Oh, I think that's each of you in here. But we're going to introduce the executive board. But hi, Brian, back there. I want to recognize the NCAE Vice President, Brian Prophet's in the back. All right. If you're on Facebook or you keeping up with everything the NCAE does, that's Brian. Brian, hang around, okay? We're going to take a moment to let you see, and I'm going to ask them, because I only have 10 minutes, but I'm going to ask them to, if they can, to make it down front, because you hear the names over and over again, but sometimes that face recognition and some are familiar. So just get ready. Don't get mad, just get glad, because you get ready to meet the hardest working board there is. Our admin council consists of our president, Linda Gutha, the vice president, yours truly, Lena Merle Chapman, secretary over here, Vivian Melvin Salas, our treasurer, please come down front so they can see you, our Laverne Reed, and where are you from now? What region? And she wanted me to say that. The Region 3, past president, Reverend Dr. Willie Ramey the third. Come on up. We have our executive board. We have, our executive board representative is Geraldine McNeil. We have Mr. Tom Simmons. Come on down. This is our admin council. And now I'm going to introduce you to the executive board members. I'm going to call some names out. So I'm going to say Region 1A, if this June Pearson, put your hand up so that your group can clap for you. Okay, we're going to say 1B, Miss Medford, you here? Where? Come on up. Cindy Sellers, I'm sorry, I got it right here. Okay, hi Sydney, we're glad to have you. Amy Bridges, Region 2, Deborah Cole Jones, Region 2. We already have our up here, Melon Hudson, Region 3, Paula Harrison, Region 4, Dorothy Dennis Blackstoff, Region 4. That's my region. Let me hear Region 4. Okay, Tamer Bouncer, come on down, Region 5. Teresa Chapman, Region 6A. By Miss Barbara Anderson, Region 6B. Vivian Branch, Region 7A. Dr. Oliver Johnson, Region 7B. And we have some standing committees, and those standing committees are the ones who are constantly really asking you to send some representatives. On our membership, we have no other than Miss Nell Burrow. We have Miss Colleen Lanier. We have Sandra Hatley. Okay. Quality of life. Did I see Levita come down? Oh yeah, you're here. Then we have our policy, which is Deborah Cole Jones. Constitution, Mr. Tom Simmons. All right. Communication is coming on down the side. And that's Gretchen. Come on down, Gretchen. Yeah, put your hand up so I can see you. All right, now most of these, and I miss anybody. Under these committees, there are other committees that are standing. So if you are part of a committee, a leader of a committee that's not one of the standing committees, please raise your hand and you feel free to walk down front because that's a lot of work, okay? I want you to take a moment and look across the front of the room. We know that back at home, you are the worker bees. But it takes a good leader to pull out of us sometimes the dedication and the hard work that exists. So we are excited today to know that NCRSP got the best leadership you will ever see. Okay. Thank you so much for all your dedication and hard work. If I miss someone, it's time now to just stand up and come on down. All right, thank you. And we also want to share with you, Roger, can you stand for us? There's always someone who got to make sure we do it right. And he's standing here. And this is, we call it our Roger Harris. All of a sudden it went over my head because I was still thinking about finding a boyfriend with that card. Roger Harris. Roger Harris is here and he is our parliamentarian. Thank you guys so much. I thought I called Bobby. Bobby, how you doing? Go good. Thank you for all your work and service. Let's give them a big hand. They are really dedicated. Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
We can see it better than before. Thank you, Lena, for recognizing all those great people. How many first-time delegates do we have? Why don't you all stand? It's never too late to come, is it? And also, there's somebody else that we have met along the trail this year. Michelle Weber, where are you? Come on, Michelle, you knew I was going to recognize you. Oh, there she is. She's from Rutherford. She just reactivated. Their local up there has been inactive for about 6 years. They elected officers, got their picture taken. They got a bank account. They had a meeting with the joint meeting with the NCAE leaders and the retired, and they're off and running. So thank you for coming. And I know Chris Glover is the vice president. He said they were comparing newspapers in the teacher's lounge. And so it was a good thing that ours was there. So they've got a really good group of people, and that's what's going to take. And they know all the has-beens that can join them. I also want at this time to recognize groups that have helped us to make this happen. We have our sponsors, and our sponsors are listed in the program book. One group is Region 5, my region, and they funded the goodie bag items that we're enjoying. So we got the little cooler bags. That was with some money that we had set aside. But this, I think Tama just bought the food that went inside, right? Something like $2,000 worth of snacks, you guys. Is that really healthy stuff? I'm not sure. Humana also sponsored our delegate bags. And thanks to our exhibitor package, we had other sponsors as well. AARP, which I know we had one session on fraud from AARP also. Aetna was here to tell you how they're going to take over for Blue Cross Blue Shield as administrators of the state health plan. So they were there and they're sponsoring. Pierce Insurance was very glad to be here. It's always, good to just meet those people because you never know. I have my health insurance with Pierce. So, not health insurance, my dental insurance. So, and some people have LifeLock. So all those things are really valuable. The credit union was back there, had some great flyers. So stop by those tables and talk to those people when we have a break. And I'm sure we're going to have a break here before too long. But we appreciate them being here and sharing that information with you. And so I hope that you'll enjoy the sessions. Okay, I've got Barbara Anderson next. Sometimes people put off calling on her way. And then next will be Betsy Wells. So Betsy could probably head this way as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ooh, what a good crowd. I'm Barbara Anderson, a subcommittee of the Legislative Committee for the PAC campaign. So we have some new things. We have a member, an employee coming over from NCAE, Virginia Spencer, and she will be taking credit cards, debit cards, and bank. If you need to update your credit card, that would be a good time to do it also. Now, because we don't have really any breaks, she has gone back to the office to do some work. She's processing many of the mailings that we've already sent in, so she's going to get those deposited. Some of you have already received emails. When she processes them, then you will get an email saying your due donation has been made. So that's your acknowledgement that that your check was processed. She will be back early in the morning at 8:30 to take checks. Credit cards, debits, and bank draft, and I'll still be processing checks throughout today and tomorrow. So as of Tuesday, our balance was $4,485. Our goal is $25,000. And I would know we can make it because we are determined to push our candidates across the finish line in November. We have to, and it will take the money. So we are looking for you to dig deep and pull out your checkbooks, and we will get it going. Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegates. Good afternoon to all the delegates that are virtual today. We are so glad to have all of you. As I look out over this room of those that are present, it's just so wonderful that we survived teaching. You thought I was going to say COVID. And we are now retired. You have been, I have been retired for 20 years. You know, I started teaching when I was 12. But it is wonderful. The greatest thing about retirement, I tell my friends, is Monday morning. And if I'm up, I will drink another cup of coffee for those teachers back at school as the school buses go up and down the road. But thank you for giving of your time to be a part of NCRSP and to come and be a part of this group, and also to just have a good time and yet do the workings of the association. And I appreciate President Gunner appointing me back to the new business items. And it is one of those subcommittee of the executive board. In your booklet, I want you to turn to page 29. And if we could have the form up on the TV screen. It is in your booklet. And you can tear it out. No, I've got it. Well, yes, Linda. It's page 29. We usually have them, you know, in the background, and there's also some back there where Colleen is back there at the back of the room. Those of you that are on Zoom, you can find this form if you will go to our website and click on under the icons, go down on the left and click on convention forms. And you can use that. And if you want to email us a new business item so that it will be considered for tomorrow. But remember that new business items shall be defined as a statement that relates to the establishment and the implementation of resolutions, policies, and programs of NCRSP. It is very specific in nature and it's terminal. I know that we think of terminal, we think of cancer, but this does not have anything to do with your health. This is just about figuring out some way that we can advance NCRSP and make it run smoother. We have a group of new business items that we call the early business items that came into me between the dates up there at the top. We extended it through the 15th, February the 22nd through March 15th, and we will discuss those and present those to you later this afternoon. Now, as you came to convention, if you have a burning desire that there's something you feel like can be done better, and you want to make this something that is timely, it's concise, and if you now would look at the tips for writing new business items. And there's also some guidelines that are on page 9 of your booklet, page 9. But these are short tips about them. They are timely. You do not direct. You ask the representative assembly, asks whatever to be done, like the president or the staff or so forth. And you can look over that. Remember, make it concise. Don't word it forever. I mean, I'm an English teacher and I'm very verbose sometimes, but this time make new business items to the point. You have a person that has put this in, has submitted it. That person will also bring it to the floor, and it will then talk about why he or she wants that done. The seconder will also have an opportunity to speak, and then we will do debate according to the rules of the convention. So I would like to recognize my committee now. Ms. Colleen Lanier is in the back, and she is from Forsyth County. And if we did not get, it's wonderful to have to run off a large number of copies and run out, because that meant we have so many delegates here today. So maybe you could share with people around you. Also, Dr. Wanda Dawson from Pamlico County back there waving at you. Jacqueline Green from Wayne, and Jackie, I know you're on and I know you're waving now. And President Linda Gunner from Wake County. And I'm Betsy Wells from Cleveland County, formerly Ashe County up in the mountains. But I'll come back. Do you have any questions or anything about how we are going to proceed? All right, I'll see you a little bit later this afternoon then with the early new business items. Thank you.
Yeah, we also have some other special people. Yeah, I think everybody's really special though. Pat yourself on the back. Everybody's special. But these people, I kind of alluded to them and I was looking down at them over here. Our past presidents of NCAE, we've got John I. Wilson, who will come back later with the foundation information, Karen Garr, Julia Crone, Sherry Strickland Mullings, I guess let's get it the right way. And I thought Carolyn McKinney in the back, and Geraldine McNeil is over here on this side. And then we have, is there any other NCIE president here? I think that was it. Let's give them a hand. Yeah. That is real devotion. They're still turning out and turning up, and they're helping us, and that's what's so important. And then we have Dr. Ramey, who was on the front row. He just left. Okay. I think he's the only, let's see. We don't have another past president. John's not here. And I think Willie's it. Okay, so we'll recognize him when he comes in, and maybe if we're not in the middle of something, we could just like applaud, and he won't, and then maybe he'll figure out that we're applauding him. But he's always there when I need to call him. He's doing a lot of other things in his life, but people have to move on, but yet also to be here to help and support us here today. Okay, so this moves down to my kind of state of the NCRSP world. And we've done a lot of things this last year. We started and, we've kind of built upon it. I kind of say sometimes we're conducting business on the fly, like when I'm driving down the road in my car and talking to somebody on the phone. We're on the fly, we're doing Zoom and we're calling people and keeping in touch. But since last year, we really developed a whole arsenal of tools that we can use to work to grow our membership. And we have our membership brochure, and there's supposed to be extra copies of these that you're going to be able to pick up. And also the 10 reasons. So you can take that home, and that will be good for you. You don't have to pay for getting that done. And you're going to have that last membership campaign in the spring. So this tells our goals. It tells about us. It tells about our charitable work. The whole panel in there about the foundation and all the money that we have given people. Our communication is united also by the panorama. We're now up to 4 versions of the panorama, and all the past versions that we have possible are up there on the website. So you can always check and see what's going on. And that's one way that prospective members, you can send them these links, and then they can read and learn about us before they even come to a meeting. And then they're going to think, well, wow, this is a really good group. They've got a lot of stuff going on. So basically it's the voice of retired educators. And I know some of you might not want to hear about that website, but we're going to offer training in that website so everybody's going to know how to use it. And even like President Gibson said, you have to have that visual out there. And that's really important to be able to navigate and to get that information. And so we have a great search tool. I know John Wilson uses it all the time. He tells me he puts that stuff in there and he finds exactly what he wants. So we want everybody to be like that. If John can do it, we can do it, right? You don't know about that. Okay. So we're making all these printed materials. We're trying to compete with other professional organizations because that's important. And we don't have the staff that others do. So it's our committee chairs. They're out there working and getting this done. We've got the region directors working. So each one thing that we create takes a lot of time, sleepless nights, hard work, or whatever. In the fall, we came out with membership grants. So all these locals around the state are able to use this. And we know that I think Nell's going to report on the membership. I think she's going to say that all the locals have increased in membership. So we're also turning the corner, just like NCAE. We have the Wednesdays workshops that we've been doing. We've expanded those, and Levita's got that through the quality of life. So we want to do more of those. And we want you to attend those because it's a good way to learn. You can do it right there from your home. So all these things help to empower, our members. So we're a member-driven organization. Will you please stand? Dr. Willie Ramey, we're recognizing you. So also we're involved in grassroots legislative involvement, just like we were talking about with Senate Bill 743. And so all those things help to supplement and to drive our organization. And in the last 3 years, we've had 10% supplement, a 10% supplement. When you add them all together, in the past 3 years, all together, 10%. When you say 2 and 3 and 4, it doesn't seem like very much, but when you put all your addition together and you add it correctly, it's 10%. That's nothing to be laughed at. But that doesn't mean we're going to stop there, because we know we want a COLA, right?
Yeah.
So I've been talking to the other organizations, the retired organizations, and yes, we are going to be united, and we're going to ask for a 2% COLA. So and the whole thing is we are going to need everybody to be talking about, everybody to be emailing. But we do need that because we shouldn't have members who are concerned about buying their medicine and thinking about the groceries that they have to buy at the grocery store. And the cost of food is just exorbitant. I just can't believe what I have to spend just for one person. So all those things are important. And you've got to have a story. We had one of my former colleagues at Cary High School has cancer, and he was on Zoom and he was pleading with us to get him a COLA. That he had been trying for that for so long. And I think we need to do a video of him so he can reach out with his story. And we have other people who have those same concerns. The other thing you think about, we have retirees that have student loans. And I thought, well, this wasn't important when we were doing the NEA training. And they said, oh no, because sometimes it might be for them because they went back to school late in life. It could be for their children, or they could have signed up to help their grandchildren. So we need to get them into that program so they can try to get some of those forgiven. And we're also continuing with our PAC. And that's what Barbara's talking. So I haven't written my check, but I'm going to write it. I did bring my checkbook today. So all those things are important. We have to fight for this. And I've lobbied in the Senate, and I know what the problem is with Phil Berger. Phil Berger does not want us, the pension that we get when we retire, he says, that's the pension you're going to have for life. Now, what kind of thinking is that? But the only way to get him out is to elect more Democratic senators so they can take over the Senate and elect another president of the Senate. So that's what's so important. And he almost had an opponent. I heard there was a sheriff up there that was going to run, but then he decided to run for lieutenant governor. And they could have actually defeated him, or at least had the best chance, because the people in that area were fed up with the talk about casinos. And they didn't want a casino in their backyard. They didn't want to compete with Danville. They wanted to protect their countryside. I assume that's what it was in the backyard. So all these things are important. So we all step up. Like Colleen and I stepped up to lobby because we said that, we deserve better. And if we don't speak up, nobody's going to speak up. And if you don't speak up, nobody is going to speak up. We all have to speak up for ourselves. And we've got to talk to our legislator, whether you taught them or not. Make friends with them. There's a lot of new people down there, but make friends that you can continue to go back and have Zoom calls with them. We called somebody and we got a Zoom call, and discuss the Senate bill. So all that stuff makes a difference. But we've made progress, but we always have to build every year because we know we deserve better. And like I had said one time before, we haven't reached the promised land, and the policymakers probably realize that the retirees do matter, and we will not reach the promised land until they do make sure that they act accordingly. And we don't want Blue Cross Blue Shield, cutting off insurance from regular state employees or people at the UNC hospital systems. So those are all things that we're going to be in there fighting for. But our age is against us. We need to reach out, not everybody, but most of us. We need to reach out to the younger retirees. I mean, when you can retire at age 52. So get those people when they retire, before they join into anything, before they start taking care of those grandchildren, before they start taking vacations or get some kind of extra hobby, who knows what they're going to do, but get them signed up, get them committed, but don't say, we really need you to come and we want you to be like the president. Don't come on too hard and too fast. So we're going to build allies. And I think that is so important in working with the other retired organizations. And we're going to continue our fight because we want respect, dignity, and success for all retirees. And we refuse to be ignored. We refuse to be treated like stepchildren because we're retirees. We worked our whole life that we gave for public education, and surely we deserve something. So right now, talk is cheap, but action is what makes a difference. And what we've got to do is act. And I'm looking for you to give me some action ideas of what we can do as we move forward. Thank you. Oh, John.
Thank you, Linda. Before we have our break, I wanted to remind everyone that you have a charitable arm. It is called the North Carolina Foundation for Public School Children. It does many things, and we're going to talk to you about that tomorrow. But there's something we have to do right now so that you'll know kind of how we're working this during the convention. If you go out that door on that side, there is a silent auction. Many of you have brought some wonderful things there, and you're going to get some good deals. So if you don't go through that silent auction at least one time, 2 times, 3 times, and watch how your bidding goes, because somebody might come back and outbid you. And so that's going to be open, and during the break you can visit there or after the convention or whatever. We started this campaign in the fall. We do an annual campaign it's called the Love Offering. First, we ask members to make a love offering. It's a part of our honor roll of generosity. Over 250 of our members made a love offering, mostly before Christmas. And then we ask our local units to make a love offering, because then we get into the pack drive. The pack drive, members can give, locals and regions can't give under the law. So we're usually in January, we're asking local units to give contributions and the regions to make contributions. And we give rewards at this convention. We give 3 golden tickets to the regions that raise the most money. And so we're going to be doing a lot of stuff to help folks raise money. Your regions have brought baskets. We're going to have live auctions, the silent auction. But the most important thing, I want to tell you right now, based on those members who've been giving and the locals and regions that have been giving, this is where we are. In first place so far, Region 5. In second place, Region 4. In third place, Region 3. Now, so far, they have the golden tickets, and the golden tickets enable them to come to the Champions for Children Gala in Raleigh at the Angus Barn Pavilion, and they are entertained and well fed at that. Now, the regions that are on their tail and could take over is next. Region 1B, you're kind of close. Region 6A, Region 7B, you're right in that. I mean, it won't take a whole lot for you to take over. Next, with a nice size bidding on a live auction, I'm sure Region 2 and Region 1A can come alive and go up in those rankings. And in the next two, 7A and 7B, you do not want to be last. And so you watch 7A, you be watching for 7B, 6B, and 6B, you be watching for 7A, because you're going to be the surprise, you know, you're going to be the surprise. We had a big surprise last year from one of our regions all of a sudden. So plan ahead. So thank you for supporting the foundation. Last year, we raised $32,000. Would like to raise $1 more before it's all over. But I am like the church pastor. I will keep passing the plate until we have what we need. So thank you so much. Glad to see all of you here, and just make a little turn there as you have your break. Thank you. Can I send them on break?
Very good. I was writing my checks, getting ready here. Okay, we have come down to a break. Y'all excited? Okay, 15 minutes. Says lunch on your own. I don't know where, I guess maybe they have food out there. Oh, we got the snacks we can eat. We'll have a regular lunch tomorrow. Sorry, we started at a different time. So we'll meet you back here about 1:30, okay? Where's the gavel? I know. I was amazed. I was amazed because they kind of gave a long introduction and she said a whole lot, but it caught up. The main thing is, I think, not introducing everybody. Some people didn't just get up and do it. I tend to sometimes talk too much in between. Okay. I finally could see better without lighting.
You got my permission to be here today, boo. I know that's how you doing. Yes.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I got my phone on and trying to see. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Do I know? Tell me who you are. Oh, that's Edith. Oh, because she was. She wasn't.
Yeah, no, it's like a right.
She just went to
Brian, yeah, I didn't realize it was part of like.
Okay, I'm just gonna put this up.
Just a quick announcement. Rachel J., one of the vendors, has arrived. She is the granddaughter of civil rights leader Rachel Becton and one of our founding members. She's brought a lot of good things and hoping that you'll be able to find something you like.
Because I. Virginia. And I introduced all the people because Cary, Carolyn, and NCRSP, yeah, and I introduced. But I had. It was, I didn't see it. Because it was dark. Then he said he's going to get a flashlight. And I just. I as well, and I had my, I was trying to keep track of my. That'll be fair. Okay, thank you.
You can do it.
Yeah, try to get off. I guess I'll leave it right here. So I don't fall. Okay. Yeah, so it's not so dark.
So I did it. The rest of that.
Feels like brown.
Like, but I get, but I actually cut it. And I said, I'm not gonna cut it, but I'll try to do it. And I got it right from it actually. My team, they're not gonna have, it was a pull, so they have to be able to say it. And I, you know, I just, I like my so exhausted. I think I would put on my computer. They can sit and stay awake. So I went to sleep. Like, sometime I woke up first off and I worked hard. I had another one that had some of the same things in it. But it was, so, you know, well, I just, when I look out, I see a lot of friendly people, I think, in art. Yeah. People come up with stuff.
How you doing, sir? Good afternoon. Good to see you. How you doing? Good. That's good. Yeah.
What are we tackling?
I got an email that I had campaign manager in the home. Well, I said, no, I'm not gonna pay any of it. Julie had, we put it out right there. And Tom was at the back. And I was just, and when I went outside, she says, she pulled out this into the e-pods and she said, and then she took it from me here. That me from picking it up. And I brought her something to her. And then we went outside and we took a picture of her too. So they sent it to him. I saw it. Because I was like, they were standing out there all morning. Deborah was kind of close to us right there. We were just watching to see if there was something they could catch us from. And see, maybe going or something. I mean, like that drug. It is. Maybe some things inside. I thought it was from his day. But I forget from here. But they also saw somebody took elections. It was because they can, because the president appoints them in the elections, so it might not have been. So they want to hear And you know. They're not gonna do me, because see, they're just kind of reading this. So. They picked. It's like. I was pretty much not. You don't stop it off. Yeah, I get right. Yeah, they had a big open house last night, which in Chuta's room. I better get out of here. For us, we'll try to do something whenever we get that audit in. But otherwise, we just need that audit now. I think we'll just wait and we wait.
I'm good.
There's supposed to be something.
Really?
I need to see Geraldine. Yeah, because my stuff is back here. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm good. I didn't have a suit today, though. Looking great. You look great. No, I didn't cheat on her. I'm gonna say, let's go back and get some and trade it out.
Yeah. Do we know?
I do.
Right. You can say, oh, this is, my usually for the best years, because I have. She didn't leave it with her.
Okay, like, gonna tell me that something like in. Maybe some light or something. And I'll get it for you, either today or tomorrow. It'll get done. It's not over till it's over. Hold on to it when it's time. Just let me know. Okay. Yes. And that's a good thing. Right one time, only a minute off. Your aunt's name, Rodney, don't scare me, but I got something around it.
Well. I'm pretty sure it said 1:30. Well. Well.
Oh. What did he? 1, 2, 3, yeah, that's there. If everybody would be seated. I understand that people are looking for their banquet tickets. And I know the secret hiding place. It's behind in your badge, right behind your name tag. There's not any money now, but there's a blue ticket. That's the magic ticket. And you're not going to lose it because it's right here. So put it right back in. Because, you know, senior moment, you'll forget where it was. If you're like me.
I'm not a gossip.
Okay, so where are we?
And I think you have a right to be concerned. I think Stephanie has a good reason to be too. Nobody wants Gilda Thomas. Gilda Thomas is coming. And probably sooner than later. And now all we do is cross our fingers and hope Stephanie takes charge and reins it in. That's kind of what Stephanie does. She's a fascinating woman. She's also an intense woman. And she wants
that's my food. Maybe
Chase command.
somebody will be talking. and I can
Expertly.
eat.
Yes, she's very
Okay, adoption.
Hello?
She's also very.
Okay, we're under adoption of the agenda.
Sorry, son.
Oh,
We need to review the agenda, which is in your program.
okay.
Your program is here. Let's look and see. It doesn't tell me a page number, but it's got to be right there in the front. Page 4. Okay. That's okay if we cheat on this test. Page 4. These pages are sticking together. Okay, we have a whole page with the agenda. So let's look this over. And I'm going to entertain a motion for the adoption of the agenda. Okay, motion by Tom Simmons. I need a second. Okay, second, Sandra Hatley. Any discussion? All those in favor of adopting the agenda, say aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, now we go to Roger Harris, who's going to talk to us about the rules.
Thank you, Madam President. Delegates, I refer you to page 8 and 9 in your convention handbook. I always hate to read stuff to people that know how to read, but our operational policies say that the rules of procedure shall be read and adopted at the beginning of the meeting. So if that's what it says we got to do, that's what we'll do, but hang on. Listen fast because I'm going to read fast. Meetings of the convention shall open and close at a time stipulated on the official program. The order of the business shall be followed as shown in the printed agenda, and rules of procedure shall be adhered to strictly. Should it appear advisory to change the order of the business, it should be announced at the beginning of the session. A delegate may secure a change in the order of the business by requesting it and receiving approval of a simple majority of the assembly at the beginning of the session. The president has the authority to alter the agenda due to circumstances. Delegates shall be seated in the designated area. Alternates, members, and guests shall be seated in other designated areas. The recording secretary, unless especially directed otherwise, shall not record motions ruled out of order or points of order to which no appeal is taken. No person except those to whom set speeches and discussions have been assigned will be allowed to speak more than twice and not more than 3 minutes each time on any subject without the unanimous consent of the representative assembly. Any delegate desiring recognition by the chair shall go to a microphone and upon being recognized by the president, give his or her name in full and state his or her local unit. Main motion submitted for consideration by the representative assembly shall be in writing on forms provided and signed by the maker and seconder, both of whom shall be official delegates. All persons recognized as delegates by the Rules and Credentials Committee shall be entitled to make and second motions and to vote on all questions and matters properly presented. Certain motions are not debatable. Chief among these are motions of adjournment, taking recess, suspension of rules, tabling, and calling upon other main motions. Motions to amend motions are debatable. They must be disposed of before action is taken on the main motion. No more than one such motion can be made before the meeting at the same time. Persons making reports shall present a copy of the report to the secretary. Time limits shall be set by the president and shall be adhered to unless appealed and given unanimous consent by the representative assembly. A timekeeper shall be appointed by the president, to serve at each session. Floor teller shall be appointed by the president to count, tabulate, and report standing show of hand votes. During a vote count, only floor tellers will be permitted to move about. There. I got party of 15 minutes that went over a little bit there. Madam Chairman, these rules need to be approved by the representative assembly. The parliamentarian cannot make a motion. I refer to the Rules and Credentials Committee for that.
Okay, Jackie.
Madam President, I am Jackie Lee, Chair of the Rules and Credentials Committee. The committee is pleased to report that we have 238 delegates registered and present, either in person or attending virtually. 238.
Did you break them down?
The committee moves the adoption of the rules of procedures published on pages 8 and 9 in the convention handbook.
Okay, the motion is from the committee. We don't need a second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor of approving the rules as presented, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's great. We won't have to start over again. Yeah, I think it's minutes next. Secretary. You got the approval of the minutes. Vivian, you want to get up here?
Good afternoon. The minutes for the 2023 convention are found on pages 14 to 20 of the book that you have, your convention booklet. Are there any questions? Madam President, I move that the minutes for 2023 convention be adopted and accepted as written.
Okay, Dr. Ramey seconds the motion. Any questions about this very detailed description of exactly what went on last year? Gives you kind of a good feeling if you were here to kind of refresh your memory. Any other additions or corrections? All those in favor of accepting the minutes and say aye. Oppose? Okay. Oh, the treasurer's report. Sorry about that. I was just.
Good afternoon, delegates. I'm Aura Laverne Reed. I am your treasurer. Please be assured that we work very hard. We work diligently to monitor and safeguard your organization's resources. This past year, we upgraded our financial software. You know, that's the thing about technology. You're forever renewing something, paying additional monies, because we have to stay intact with the times. We realized that our former bookkeepers were not the best for us and the utilization of your funds. So we hired a person that's a member to handle and show us the best way to utilize our financial and to correct our financial situation. She is a genius. She has reviewed and reorganized NCRSP's books and spent additional resources on to make sure that our staff gets the correct training with the correct software. Our goal is to follow sound fiscal policies and create transparency throughout our membership's activities. We will continue such preparations in expectations of a perfect, I was supposed to say good, but good is not good enough. Perfect, for a perfect annual audit report. If you have your booklets, the financial report is on page 21 and 22. Please review the balance sheet printed on those pages. And don't hesitate to contact me. My information should be in the book somewhere. And if you have any questions and I can't answer them, I will be getting in contact with our staff and with the person that we hired to help us. We hired her just for a short term, but because she's a member, we can call on her to help us at any time. Because this report is for your information, it does not need to go through the process. But I hope that you do agree with what we have written. It is the correct information about our finances. Thank you.
Is it on now? Yes. Okay. Where does the money come from to pay for our office space that we're using? Is it from this budget, or is it from?
Everything is a budgeted item.
Okay.
Things that come up that are not.
You should speak to the microphone.
Yeah.
We have a budget that is developed. We did not finalize our budget this year until November.
Okay.
So we thought that it was clear and sync.
Okay. All right. That's what I needed to know. I just wasn't sure where it came from.
Yes.
Thanks.
We would like, and I hope that our budget is finalized in September. I won't be treasurer then, but I would hope that our treasurer will make sure that it's finalized in September this year. Thank you for your question.
And Ginger, we don't pay rent for the office. We are in the NCAE office. We have that whole 5th floor and we have that free office space. So we're not paying anything for that. Any other questions? Marty?
Marty Griffin, Transylvania County, Region 1A. On page 22, as a review of this, could someone exactly explain the trust and what that money is reserved for? I know some of these units are not really active at this point, and I'd just like to have a review of this and what we can do with that money or not do with that money. Thank you.
This is the money that is left over when a local disbands or they don't have leadership to continue. So we hold the money. There's a whole process that we follow, and we hold on to the money until they're able to come back. If they are not able to come back within a 5-year period, then that money goes into the general funds, I think. We had 2 locals that did come back, so they received their monies back.
That money goes to general fund, it does not come back to, say, Region 1A.
I'm not sure about that. Maybe the president can answer that question.
I'm not sure. Willie? We were just in the process of changing that. So
If we go back 10 years, Rutherford County
that policy change affected that money.
was unorganized.
To look at.
and according to the policy, when a local unit is not active, after 5 years, the money is supposed to go in the general fund.
Yeah.
Rutherford County came back this year. That money was in escrow, and that money went back to them, even though our policies say that it's supposed to go in general fund. Until today, I can only go back 20 years, but until today, there has been no local unit that has been inactive and come back and not gotten that money. They have always gotten that money. I mean, that has been a foresight of the leadership in hopes of trying to do all that we can to get locals reorganized. So when you say, has there ever been another one? The ones that you see listed are the ones that are unorganized now. But we're working hard to try to get a group in those areas so that money is in escrow.
Some of these also do not close their account, like Moore County had a bank account. The treasurer wasn't able to handle it anymore. And so I know Teresa Chapman, the region director, got everybody together, got them organized, and then got the bank account active again too. So there was deposits and everything coming in, got treasurers to be on the account. So they're being responsible because you're supposed to have 2 treasurers on each account for the region and the local. And so, and then the whole thing is electing officers to be responsible for that money and to use that for the betterment of the members. Yes.
Judy Wiggins, Wake County. I'm not sure if this is even the proper place to ask the question, but in the selling of the building, where are those funds shown in this report? Or is that?
We had absolutely nothing to do with that. We are a division of NCAE.
Okay,
So NCAE has control of those funds.
so where would one find that
I
information?
think John can probably answer.
John.
I
Oh.
can tell you.
Oh, you-
I would like to say, oh, we are in CAE, we pay dues to them. So anyway, so it's good, you want to know. The building in Raleigh, that land was worth a lot of money. And talk about the folks who chose that land, they chose well. So NCAE took the money they sold from the building and they've invested it with name slip, Raymond James Company. It is making significant interest because the stock market is in pretty good shape. The interest that is made on that money comes back to the NCAE budget. So as long as they have that investment, they have a new revenue stream to their budget beyond dues that's about $2 million. And so I will say they have done very well. They've chosen well on the investment. They've created the revenue stream, which keeps NCAE very strong. If there's one thing you can say, they got money. And so I think so far they've done well. Will there be a future building out of that money? Which could be. And they'll decide that later, because right now you're in this situation where offices are really declining and people aren't working in offices, they're working from home. And so I think there's a lot to be determined there before they make a decision to build a new building or continue renting. And sometimes I can give you more information that you want to know, but a little tidbit. The rental of the building that NCA has now is no more than the property taxes they were paying on the old building. So it was a wash.
Thank you, John.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Go ahead. Come to the microphone, please. These are good questions.
Just one question.
Morning.
So does Moore County still have $725? Ron Utley from Moore County. So does Moore County still have $725 in a trust?
It should not be there. That money should have come back to you because you got organized before we passed other legislation.
This report ended, the report that you see here ended in December. So if you all came back after December, then you already, your money has already been given back to you.
Okay.
Teresa, did you ask for the money? On behalf of the local, or Catherine as the president?
We had a meeting in December. We're active.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess I know your bank account wasn't closed, which makes it easier because Rutherford had to start all over again. And so you have your account and you have two treasurers. One, you need to get another treasurer. That's important in case the treasurer dies and you have none. And then you can talk to Tara and Williams in the office and she can check all that out. And then that money should be given back to you. But she will know the details. Oh, that's right, because that account was open, but you just basically weren't using it. It was just kind of sitting there dormant. And then any dues money that you got would have put in the region. Right. Teresa's on top of all this. She's got to learn all this because all these inactive locals and trying to get them active. Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on. Ira, you got your constitutional, no, not you, bringing a motion to the floor.
This report is information.
No, I'm talking about the business owner we had last year about the recurring dues. And this is your opportunity to make it. I don't know if this is appropriate. Ira had a new business item last year, John. I'm asking you for a point of information. And it passed for prorated dues. And so she was going to bring it to this assembly to make it permanent, which is amazing. I mean, to have a new business item, it just only lasts for 1 year, but she hit the jackpot because it related to dues. Sure.
May I be recognized, Linda, for an announcement about new business items?
Okay, really quick while she's getting that.
All right, thank you, Ira. I'm in my talking.
Betsy, you got to be up to the microphone.
Let me get here. If you have a new business item that you want to submit for this convention, you have until end of the business session today, not tomorrow, so that the new business items committee will look at it. But you've got to do it, and the form is in your book, in your booklet, and Colleen's back there at the table that has more forms. But I did not stress that a while ago, and that's very important. Thank you.
And while she's still looking, we had some questions about the banquet this evening that starts at 7:30. There will be an announcement.
It's 6:30.
6:30. There will be an announcement made later.
Now, I did say that the tickets are inside your little pocket in your name tag. You might have missed that one. Pardon me?
Is it on?
Okay.
I was asked if it wasn't a regular new business item, and I did explain that last year. It passed at the executive board level. And as soon as it passed, all we had to do was ask for it. Members last year new members received, it was accepted to get prorated dues. I was asked to check, and I did. I called NCAE and talked to Miss Henderson, I think is her name. And she said, of course, Ira. As a matter of fact, I shared that information with your staff a couple of weeks ago. And I got right on the email, sent that email. And my understanding was if it was already in process, it would not be necessary for me to get up in front of you again. So yes, we do have prorated dues. For anyone that's not clear on prorated dues, NCAE and NEA allows for their members to have prorated dues. What that means is if you are a 10-month employee, you start to pay your dues for the new year in October for 10 payments. In our 12 months, you start in September. I think that's right. And you end up in June. For us, ours start in September and end in July. And it also depends on whether or not you're paying with a credit card or if you're having it automatically drafted from your pension fund, or if you're paying a check. Of course, you would have to have your check for the total amount. And we have different amounts. I think there's something like 29 different payments. For the new members, they all have to pay $144 for their members. If they join NEA Life, they have to pay $81 a year. Right now, you can buy NEA Life for $300. And they will be going up, I hear, in a year. So if you want to stop having to pay the $35 of your dues to NEA, then you need to go ahead and pay the $300. I bought NEA Life when it was only $100.
Okay.
Is there still any unreadiness with prorated dues? All right, what, I didn't bring the paperwork because I thought that because the question was, if it has already been enacted, it would not be necessary for me to have a report. And because I didn't know, I didn't see the schedule, I didn't prepare anything to say. Thank you, John.
And I think we have somebody prepared to help with the motion if needed.
Yeah. I think in the minutes that you all have in your book, the action was presented within the new business item section, and new business items that are treated by this group are for a year. So we've started prorated dues. We've had them for a year. It's working great. But different from NCAE, NCRSP bylaws require that you set the dues. And so what Ira is bringing back today is basically a motion that usually there's no increase in dues, so we're not bringing that in. Dues are the same. So she's just bringing a motion that basically says within our dues structure will include will be operated on a prorated basis. Now that means if you sign up a person on payroll deduction for the pension and you sign them up in January, they start with their deduction of $12 in January through the rest of the year. They don't have to go back and pay for July to November. And if you sign up a person who says, I'm gonna write you a check for the full membership, you calculate what they owe for, if they say in November, they write a check to cover November, whatever. So for you membership recruiters, you start thinking in terms of monthly dues. And and it works great. Members, there's nothing like recruiting a member in April and saying, now you got to go back and pay all the money, you know, when they're only getting the service from April to whatever. So it's a wonderful system. It's worked great. The motion that Ira wants to put forth is that the changes of due structure will now include within the policies of the board, the due structure shall be collected on a prorated basis. That's it. You make that motion?
We
Whatever he
accept that.
said.
And I'll second whatever I said.
Okay. Ira made the motion, seconded by John Wilson. Have any further comment?
She'll look back up.
Okay, we got a question back there.
Your bylaws put this body in charge of the dues. So you can raise the dues, but because you're changing the dues, you're making them prorated. You did it on a new business item, which is a year. Now you're doing it forever unless you come back and change it. You are in charge of the due structure, this body. What no, the technicality is you did it by a new business item. And therefore they can only, now NCA people, they don't really know that. They're not looking at your documents.
Okay.
But now you're making it very clear that this is your due structure and it is a prorated due structure.
Okay, so the motion's been made by Ira, seconded by John Wilson, that prorated dues structure will continue. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great, you're gonna know that you were here for this great moment.
Thank you.
Tom, go ahead. Recognize Tom Simmons, our Constitution Chair. for some things that you're going to have to be voting on today or tomorrow?
Thank you, Madam President. I learned a long time ago, try not to call everybody's name out, was on a committee. And I want you to know this Constitution Committee worked for about 4 months to do the most extensive we've ever done in this Constitution, well, in the past 10 years anyway. So if the members of that Constitution Committee will stand, and please applaud those folks. I know they're here. There's Sandra. Yep. Thank you, everybody. What I'm going to, on page 27 in your booklet, there are 5 constitutional amendments. I'm going to give you a few seconds to just glance over those. And then the way we're going to do this process, I'm going to say amendment number 1. And if anybody wants to debate that, holler hold. And then we'll move on to 2, 3, and 4. For those folks on Zoom, I will give you a few extra minutes to find your button so you can click hold or raise your hand or whatever, and they'll let me know up here. Okay? Is everybody with me then? Constitutional Amendment number 1. The Executive Board shall have at least 2 meetings each year, one at the time of the state convention and one in the fall at a time and place determined by the president. Special meetings may be called by the president as needed. And we're adding an amendment in there, or by a majority of the administrative council or executive board. And the reason that was added in there is if the president was incapacitated for some reason, we had no way to call a special meeting. So that's why that's in there. Seeing no hold. No one from home. Home is Zoom to me, folks. Amendment number 2. If you look at amendment number 2, there is a typographical error in there. I'm just going to read this to you. The number of delegates shall be to the elected by in the local unit shall be based on the number of paid members sent to state headquarters by December 1. Only those members whose dues and strikeout have been paid. And the red letters are current and sent to headquarters by December 1. The reason they are current is some folks that are on payroll deduction dues, their dues aren't going to be paid by December 15th. So they technically couldn't be delegates. So we just changed that out to say that if their dues are current. If you want to debate a hold while I get through, you want to hold number 2? Okay. Hold number 1. Okay, we can do that. I was going to go back and ask if anybody had one that wanted to hold. Okay. Is there a hold on number 2 from anyone on Zoom? Yes, you're right, Sandra. Thank you. That should be December 15th. I'll make that correction here and we'll get that corrected. Thank you, ma'am. Amendment number 3. All meetings shall be announced at least 10 days in advance of the meeting. Special meetings calls shall be announced at least 5 days. We want to make sure that if there's a need for a special meeting, we give all of our members of the executive board or the admin council enough time to make adjustments to their personal calendars so they could attend those meetings. Anybody wants to hold number 3? Anyone from whom want to hold number 3? Amendment number 4. This has to do with the administrative council. The administrative council shall consist of the elected state officers, an immediate past president, and 2 members elected by or strike out by from the executive board. These 2 members shall be elected by secret ballot and shall serve a term of 2 years and shall have the option of re-election for 1 additional term. And then if you notice in here, we have office manager in red, and we left executive director in there so that if in the future we have enough finances to hire an executive director, we don't have to go back then and change the Constitution again to talk about an executive director. So that's why that's in there like that. And that office manager, executive director will be an ex officio member of the administrative council. Is there a hold on number 4? Anybody on Zoom want to hold number 4? Okay, thank you. And amendment number 5. The proposed amendment shall lie on the table following the annual meeting of the Representative Assembly to be considered. In our old constitution, I shouldn't call it old, in our constitution, it doesn't speak to lying on the table. It just says that they'll be printed and presented at the next representative assembly for a vote. And we found out that we've been doing this anyway. The amendment's been laid on the table. But in doing that, it was brought to our attention, we were violating our own constitution because it didn't say to let them lay on the table. So that's why we're putting this in there. So we'll be in line with NCAE and with our constitution. And I see Karen nodding her head, yes, so she knows. Lie, lay. I'm a PE teacher. I'm not an English major. Is there a hold on amendment number 5? Without objection, the Constitution Committee then would move that amendments 2, 3, 4, and 5 be adopted. Hold number 4. Okay. Anybody else had second thoughts, want to hold one? Then let me rephrase that motion. The Constitution Committee moves amendment 2, 3, and 5 be adopted. Hold 5. All right, sir. Anybody else want to hold 2 and 3?
I'll hold you, Tom.
Okay. Constitution Committee moves amendment 2 and 3 be adopted. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed, like signs. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Let's go back to amendment number 1. If you will, if you'll come down to the mic so we can hear your question.
Good afternoon.
Your name and your local.
Huh?
Your name and your local.
That's what I was getting ready to
Okay.
do. My name is Karen Slade, Alamance County. I asked for amendment number 1 to be held for the simple fact, if something happens with the president, the vice president automatically steps up, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why would you need, or by a majority of the administrative council of the executive board, if the vice president steps up, why would you need that in there?
If for some reason members of the board wanted to have a special meeting and neither the president or the vice president said, no, I'm not going to have it, we had to have some way that that special meeting could be called. That's why that's in there.
Okay, okay. It still doesn't make sense to me, but
We hope that never happens, but there's always a possibility. Sister Sandra, come on down.
Sandra Hatley, Catawba retired, and I helped work on revisions of the Constitution. You have to be prepared for any type of circumstance. If you do not have the correct wording in your Constitution to allow a way forward to deal with that special circumstance, you're stuck. And the special circumstance may very well be a ruination. Not knowing what it might be, because I don't have that magic 8 ball to look into the future. But we realized that we needed to be prepared for anything. Does that make it a little bit clearer than mud?
Karen Slade, Alamance County. So if that's the case, because you just said president and vice president, then your wording needs to state president and vice president, because in here you just have president. That's why I asked the question about the vice president stepping up.
Because right now in the Constitution, only the president can call a special meeting.
Okay. I understand that, but my question was, if the president is incapacitated, then the vice president steps up and becomes the president. But you made the statement that if the president and vice president say, no, we're not going to have a meeting, then you know what I'm saying? So according to your statement, if that's the case, then you need to have both positions stated in your amendment.
Sandra Hatley, Catawba County, and part of the Constitutional Committee. If the president becomes incapacitated, the vice president steps up and becomes the acting president with full duties, responsibilities, and opportunities of that office. But there was no way that the admin council or the executive board could intercede if there was a situation that the then lead officer did not recognize or refused to recognize. Therefore, this allows that special meeting to be called. And folks, it is necessary that you prepare for terrible circumstances so that you can take care of them. Thank you.
Catherine Sigmund Mitchell, Moore County. Wouldn't this address the situation if the president, maybe Alzheimer's sets in or something, just decides they're not going to have a meeting about some issue that comes up? No one else at this point could call the special meeting. But the way this is worded, members of the executive committee could come together and realize something's not quite right. We need a special meeting.
Yes,
Wouldn't
ma'am.
this address that?
Yes, ma'am. And that's why we put this in there. As a matter of fact, Sandra Hatley was just really succinct on this, that we need to be prepared for anything that might occur. And so that's what this is. That's why this is in here. Any other debate on this amendment? Dr. Ramey.
Willa Raymond, Vance County, Region 5. This don't even sound good. Because the president does not call the meeting and is incapacitated, as has been spoken about, then it falls to the vice president. If we leave it like it is, you could have members of the admin council decide that they want to get rid of the president. And so they can call a meeting and do something that maybe the organization wouldn't be proud of. It's got to be somebody that's in favor of it, but I think this is a dangerous curve to be traveling on. This reminds me of the road from Jerusalem to Jericho.
Okay.
It's a dangerous curve. And there's somebody that's on the side of the road that's been beaten up, and we need somebody with some mercy to go down and take them out the ditch.
Sister Hatley, you have spoken twice in this motion. We'll have to rule you out of order. Hate to do that. I know it's coming back. Yeah, I'm going to. It says a majority, so that means that of the 6 members of the admin council, at least 4 of those have to call for this special meeting. So 1 or 2 people couldn't do it. It says a majority. And again, it's just in case something happens that we need to have a special meeting for. Any other discussion on amendment number one.
Pat Randall, Cumberland County and Region 6A. I sort of agree with, it just does not, it does not sound like there, folk. If we have people on the admin council and people in leadership positions, most of the time when they become leaders, they believe, or we believe that they're going to do what they say they're going to do. And when I see this kind of thing, that's like saying, I get mad at you whenever we get to the board meeting. And I've decided, Tom, look, now that just wasn't right. I didn't agree with you. When I go home, I'm going to let it, simmer some in my head and all. And then I'm gonna start calling people and asking them, don't you think that that is not right? And our president's on the other side. And if we agree that we want folk to lead us, let them lead. And then we just work on it from there. That's my thing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Denise Johnson Squire, Region 4, Guilford County. In looking at this with the admin council or the executive board, I think it should either be one or the other, because it just seems to be in conflict, in my opinion, when you read this. It just seems like it should just be the executive board.
Was that a motion to amend?
That's what I was
Yeah.
are you, excuse me, are you introducing a motion to amend this amendment?
No,
Okay.
thank you, though.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Any other debate on amendment number one? Anyone on Zoom has anything in the chat room, or do they have the ability to talk straight from Zoom?
They do.
Okay. Anyone on Zoom want to debate this amendment?
Can you show us people?
Hearing no more debate, the Constitution Committee moves amendment number one. All those in favor of constitutional amendment number one signify by saying aye. All opposed? Okay, let's try it again. All of those in favor of constitutional amendment number one, hold up your green cards, please. And help me kind of scrounge, Roger.
Yeah, tell them supported.
Yeah.
Teresa, once you become a teller.
I got
Shane,
1,
how
2,
about you
3,
become- you become
4,
a teller?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
What are you saying? Okay, repeat the question.
All those in favor?
It's on.
Yes.
I thought they were, but
That's right. They're on the ballot order. That's right. Folks, I'm sorry.
Point of information.
I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. These
Who's
are
on
on,
the ballot?
you'll vote on these on electronically tomorrow. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Well, the voting will start this afternoon at 6. I'm sorry. Thank you for straightening me out. I appreciate that. Yeah, you'll get an email on your phone this afternoon telling you how to vote, and it's really easy to do it. I did it yesterday voting on the NEAR, and if I can do it, even John Wilson can do it. Then let's move on to, we held number 4. Does anybody want to debate amendment number 4? I appreciate that. Yeah.
Patricia Reagan, Region 4, Chatham County. Mr. Simmons, will you please explain or clarify the last sentence, the executive director / office manager?
Well, we used to have an executive director, but we fell short of funds and we couldn't afford to hire that person. So we went to an office manager type of situation in our staff, but we left executive director / office manager in there so that if we ever got financially so we could afford to hire another executive director, we wouldn't have to go back and change the Constitution again to add executive director back in there.
Okay, the way I'm reading this is that it's an either or, which takes me back to the correction that you all did with Amendment 1. I think it needs to be clarified either or both, because with the slash, I'm determined that it's either or.
Well, it would, you could interpret it that way, yes. But what we were considering is that if the office, if we come back with an executive director, then that person would the office manager would not assume those roles of the executive director. You seem a little
confused too.
Hmm?
You seem a little confused too in clarifying.
Well, I apologize if you think I'm confused, but the slash was in there just to say that either of those positions that are filled would be that ex officio member. Any other debate on amendment number 4? Yep, go ahead.
Lady Mayor Chapman, Executive Board had been council. The reason we felt we needed to add the slash office manager, because we no longer this year have an executive director. We call that person who we have is over the office manager. Those are two different job descriptions, those two different positions. We do not have one currently. So we wouldn't have to go back and change everything because this was a new this year, most of this year. We wanted to put those two options there because at any time we could hire an executive director without having to bring this body back together to change a name. So at the time, that's why that is positions there. Next year, sitting in here, hopefully we might be the executive director in this position. So I won't have to go back through the entire Constitution and change that name. And we didn't put R there because if you put R, it doesn't mean we might get rid of an office person, but might add an executive director. If you put R, that means only one of the other positions. So right now, the committee felt that to save from going back, making those changes, that we would put the slash because we in the middle of that role as executive director. And we have to change the name, added a new name called office manager to that office staff. Right now, we just have the office manager. Do not have an executive director.
Judy Wiggins, Wake County. Oh.
Somebody else at the mic.
I think Dr. Raymond was up first.
Point of information. As is, the executive director serves as the secretary. So who's going to be the secretary with this particular constitutional amendment?
The way it is here, the office manager.
The one now?
The office manager. The ex officio member.
Okay, but your Constitution states now that the executive director was the secretary that would be taking the minutes. So it's plainly clear to everybody that if we have the office manager, that the office manager is going to be the one to be the secretary.
Sure, yeah.
We had it in there that the executive director would take the minutes. Quite frankly, we weren't pleased with the minutes that were produced. We thought we could do better. And so now our elected secretary takes the minutes of the executive board and the admin council. Does that answer your question?
I hear what you're saying.
You think you couldn't hear me?
Yeah, I said here.
Oh, okay.
Acknowledged.
Yes, ma'am.
Judy Wiggins, Wake County. So my question is, if we hire an executive director, that person then becomes the ex officio member of the administrative council, and the office manager no longer has the power.
No, ma'am. The
Okay,
executive director would take over.
but both of them together will never be
No, ma'am.
at the same time. Thank you.
And they would be a non-voting member of both those councils. Any other debate on amendment number 4? I'm sorry.
I didn't realize he came.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Senator Stein.
Oh, okay, okay.
Attorney General.
Okay, okay,
So we'll just stop right here,
okay.
freeze, get in your mind.
We have somebody more interesting than me.
Tama. Yeah, I sent Colleen to go pick him up because I couldn't get up with Betsy. She wasn't paying attention to her text messages because you were busy. You were concentrating on the debate. That's good. So we're really happy to have our Attorney General to be with us today, and Tama's going to introduce him. Come right on up here. I'm just trying to stall while you get up here.
Attorney General Josh Stein learned early on that some things are worth fighting for, no matter the opposition. Julius Chambers, James Ferguson, and his father, Adam, started North Carolina's first integrated law firm, and they won important victories in our nation's legal battle for equality. His parents grounded him in our shared values of freedom, justice, and opportunity for everyone. And his faith teaches him that we are called to make a difference. As Attorney General, Josh and his team have worked to protect vulnerable North Carolinians from fraudsters and scammers, including going after companies that price gouge customers in the wake of natural disasters. Tackled the largest backlog of untested rape kits in the country, bringing justice to victims and putting rapists behind bars. Lead the national effort to hold accountable the big drug companies that created and fueled the opioid crisis, securing more than $55 billion in settlement funds, 1.5 billion of which are bringing much needed treatment and recovery services to people across North Carolina. Hold e-cigarette manufacturer Juul accountable for sparking a teen vaping epidemic, the first state in the country to do so. Defend people's right to vote and to vote in fair districts. As the next governor of North Carolina, Josh will be committed to working hard to bring people together to tackle the issues impacting North Carolinians, including lowering the cost of living, creating good paying jobs, protecting our public schools, keeping communities safe, and making sure everyone has access to quality and affordable health care. North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein.
Oh, goodness, thank you. Well, y'all know if Tama said it, it will be so. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for that wonderful and kind introduction, Tama, and thank you for your decades of service to the state of North Carolina. I want to thank your president, Linda Gunter, my good friend, John Wilson. You all are just wonderful public servants, and I'm so excited to be with you. Hey, Betsy, how are you doing? Honored to be with you at your annual conference. As retired school personnel, you dedicated yourselves and your career to the state of North Carolina and the people of North Carolina. I expect that you all made that commitment because, like me, well, let me just ask you, do you all love this state? Yeah. We are blessed to be of this place, aren't we?
Yes.
Home to friendly and good people,
always ready with a kind word or a warm smile. Home to remarkable natural beauty from the mountains to the beach and everywhere in between. Home to some of the finest educational institutions in the world. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to a growing economy and gorgeous weather. And I will not tell you how beautiful it is out there this spring afternoon because y'all have work to do in here. Home to barbecue and basketball.
Yeah. Yeah.
My wife Anna and I both grew up here. In fact, I just came from a birthday lunch with her stepdad, mom, and sister. Her stepdad and her mother are both retired school personnel, retired NCAE members, retired people who gave their heart and soul to the children of this state. And just to hear her, my daughter wants to be a teacher, and to hear my mother-in-law talk to her about what it meant to be with children and to shape children's lives. She said she thinks back on it now, and she was telling a story about a young man who she taught first grade who's finishing up law school today, and how he said he still reaches out to her and has lunch with her and says how she was the teacher who made, he said, you were the teacher who got me, who understood me and helped me. And she said she was getting goosebumps just thinking about that. And just think about the thousands of lives that you all have touched over the years. Just remarkable that you all have done that for so many people of this state. North Carolina is our home. Anna, my wife, she went to North Carolina Public Schools. I went to North Carolina Public Schools. Our 3 children went to North Carolina Public Schools. And what we pray is that our kids and grandkids and your kids and grandkids also want to call North Carolina home. And I'm running for governor because I believe in this state. I love this state. I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that if you work hard, where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian has a fair shot at prosperity, whether it's getting a good paying job or starting a small business everywhere in the state, including small town North Carolina. You all understand this truth more than almost anyone, that our public schools are where we make good on that promise to our people. But you also know this, that promise is under threat. We have got to fight for our schools, and you all understand this. We have to fight for our schools with every bit of energy and breath that we have. You all have dedicated your lives to public schools and public school students. And I've been honored to fight for those same priorities for you, along with you as first a state senator and now as the Attorney General. Every year, too few of our students get an education that meets the guarantee of our Constitution to a sound basic education. And it is not the fault of the people in the classrooms. It is the fault of the state for failing to give you all the resources and support you need to do that work. And it isn't random who does and who does not get a high quality education. Our low wealth schools, often rural, often majority, minority, many times both, have been consistently shortchanged by the state of North Carolina. Kids who live within a couple miles of each other can receive dramatically different educational opportunities from the same public school system. Folks who live in rural counties are especially getting the short end of the stick from the state and its budget. The public school system is the lifeblood of our communities. And they are not getting the investment they need, which hurts not only our children, but our future. As Attorney General, I've tried to remedy this problem and get public schools fully funded by the state. We helped to negotiate, along with the governor's office, the settlement in that Leandro litigation that we all know very well. The Supreme Court just reheard arguments maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago on that litigation. My office argued forcefully that the court shall uphold its previous decisions so that that plan gets fully funded and becomes a reality for the kids of North Carolina. Last December, we just achieved a huge healthcare victory for the state of North Carolina. Because of the work of thousands and thousands of people, including many of you, certainly including Governor Cooper, we finally expanded Medicaid in North Carolina. Isn't it about time that we put the same energy and effort into investing in our school children? Isn't it about time we say to our 1.4 million public school children that you too are worth the investment? Isn't it about time we set aside our partisan differences and work together on their behalf? This is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democratic issue. This is a North Carolina issue. And it is time we stand up for North Carolina. Just as you all have stood up for our students, we must stand up for you as well. North Carolina's public servants, such as yourselves, should be able to retire with dignity, including in times of economic insecurity and high inflation. We must enact regular, fiscally responsible cost of living adjustments for retired educators. We have historically had one of the best funded retirement systems in the nation. It is a reputation that our elected officials should be proud of and should strive to preserve. That means focusing on strengthening our retirement system and honoring our commitment to those who have served our state for years. Removing UNC and ECU health system from the retirement system is a step in exactly the wrong direction.
That's right.
Like many of you, I have been called to a life of public service because of my faith. It teaches me that we are each called to do our part and to make a difference in the lives of others. We can make North Carolina even stronger if we invest in our people and their futures. That means investing in North Carolina's public school students so that they get a strong education. From pre-kindergarten through community college and university, so that they can succeed whether they go to college or they start their career. We have to strengthen career and technical education and apprenticeship programs because while college is great for a lot of people, it is not for everybody, and a person should not have to go to college in order to provide for his or her family. And we must support our educators because it is long past time that they get a real pay raise in this state. We are 46th in the nation in starting teacher pay, lower than every one of our neighboring states. So it shouldn't surprise any of us that we start each school year with thousands of teacher vacancies. In addition to the vacancies to other critical support staff and school staff. The formula for resolving these shortages is pretty basic. We must fully fund our public schools.
Yeah.
As governor, I will work to raise teacher pay to attract and retain more high-quality teachers and ensure that we have more well-paid school personnel, including school nurses, counselors, social workers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and custodians.
Yeah.
It's about helping kids who are struggling in school to meet their learning goals or to attend school regularly even. It's about confronting the mental health crisis that too many of our children are struggling with today. I do know this, no child should show up to classroom hungry to start the day. And we must have universal breakfast and expand free and reduced lunch to all children in the state. when we do all of these things and more, we will begin to deliver on that promise to the people of North Carolina and build that better and brighter future, rooted in our shared values of freedom, justice, and opportunity for every person. Those are the values my parents taught me. I expect they're the values your parents taught you. My dad, Adam, in Charlotte in the mid-1960s, joined with Julius Chambers and James Ferguson to form North Carolina's first integrated law firm. And those were dark days of division in this state. But they won path-breaking victories in our nation's legal battle against discrimination and for equality. In fact, my dad was the lawyer who got the merger, brokered the merger between the Black Teachers Association and the White Teachers Association back in 1970. They never backed down from doing what was right, not even when someone firebombed their office and burned it to the ground. They and so many other heroes across this state teach us that some things are worth fighting for, no matter how tough it is.
That's right.
And we know that in North Carolina right now, things are tough. But we know this, the people of North Carolina are always worth fighting for. Teachers who dig into their pockets to buy school supplies for their kids are worth fighting for. First responders who put their lives on the line for us every day are worth fighting for.
Yeah.
Parents working 2 jobs to provide a better future for their kids are worth fighting for. Retirees who dedicated their entire career to serving others are worth fighting for. You and your families are worth fighting for. So let's do it. Let's come together. Let's get to work, and we will build a North Carolina that is safer, stronger, and more prosperous for everybody. Thank you all for having me today.
No, yeah, but it's later. So. Well, after hearing that, I'm more convinced than ever that if Josh Stein's the governor and Rachel Hunt's lieutenant governor, public education is going to be all right. Is there any further debate on amendment number 4? Hearing none. Amendment number 5. There was a hold on that one. Yeah.
Hi, Joseph Source, Cumberland County, Region 6, first timer.
Welcome.
Although I retired in 2018, so better late than never. I just have an amendment to this amendment. I think this is mostly grammatic. The first word "the" or "the" should be replaced with "a" or "a." A proposed amendment shall be laid, LAID, on the table until the following, etc. I need a second.
Before debate, there must be a second.
Yeah.
He's made a motion to
Yeah.
amend.
Is there a second to amend to John Wilson amends? I mean, seconds. Okay.
Thank you.
We got plenty of seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You want to speak to that?
No, I just think it clarifies a little better.
Okay.
And I think a proposed amendment is a better way to look at it. And I'm glad you did this because it wasn't really clear in your original constitution.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And as I said earlier, I'm a PE teacher. I'm not a grammar teacher. Normally, the people on the Constitution Committee would keep me straight on this, but apparently we let this one slide through. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair. It is not the role of the parliamentarian to debate. So I will not debate. However, I will point out that even though it is grammatically incorrect, the term lay on the table is the term that is used in Robert's Rules of Order. That is not grammatically correct, and you can vote ever how you want to, but I just feel it obligated to bring it to your attention that is how Robert's Rules of Order writes it, is lay on the table, even though it's not grammatically correct.
But we need to go ahead and do the vote on that motion, right?
You need to vote on the amendment. He's got a two-part amendment.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on the amendment that was presented?
I need to have that repeated, please. What is the amendment that you're presenting? Could
He's saying to amend, take the word,
He'll
I'm
repeat
sorry.
it. What is,
It's on page 27. I think it'll help you.
Yeah.
I would like it to read, a proposed amendment shall be laid on the table until the following annual meeting of the Representative Assembly for consideration.
Yep.
Motion has been made and seconded. Debate is still permitted.
Okay. The motion's been made and seconded. Any debate?
Yes. I know I second, somebody else second, I second and somebody else second. But in order for us to be parliamentarily correct, even though it's not grammatically correct, we need to let it lay.
Yeah. Well, listen, when I see some English teachers tell me I need to lay it, then yeah. Okay. Any other debate on the motion to amend the amendment?
Got to vote on the amendment. If there's no vote-
Okay, then I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment as it was presented.
No, as it, we got to vote on the amendment.
Yes, what I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
We're voting on his amendment. All those in favor of that amendment, raise your green card. His word is laid.
Be laid.
L-A-I-D, laid.
yes, he's changing the word lay to laid, L-A-I-D. Is that correct, sir?
Tima, will you count that side?
Well, I think when you, if you're taking, it looks like we're seeing more no's.
Then you must get those.
No's,
Yeah.
get no's, and then I think you'll be able to tell. There's hardly anybody voting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6, 7, 8. I see 8 on that side.
There's hardly any, I think. It's not heavy.
That's
22 and 8. Okay.
just
That's
as
30.
for those.
Okay, the no votes. The noes have it and the motion fails. The amendment fails. Okay, and we're back to the main amendment. Any other discussion on the main, on the amendment number 5? Anyone on Zoom?
Again. How many times?
Karen Slade, Alamance County, Region 4. I forgot to tell y'all that the first time. I like the idea, or I like the fact that he said a proposed rather than the proposed. It was just the rest of it. So if we could do the a proposed amendment. I know you just voted on it. I'm making another amendment.
Motion is.
The motion is in order for her to make another amendment. So you go ahead.
Okay, so,
Must have a second. Need a second.
okay, so if we say a proposed amendment shall lay on the table.
Yeah, it is. It is. Her motion's in order.
Delegates,
She just gonna second. I
Yep.
know she is.
the amendment you just defeated had two parts to it.
Mhm,
You defeated those two parts.
mhm.
Her motion, which has not been seconded yet,
Right.
but her motion is to not change both parts, but only change one. In my judgment as parliamentarian, that is a substantial difference that would make the motion out in order,
Thank you.
Did you say everything you're gonna say, darling?
but it must be seconded.
Yes.
I got a
So
second.
do I need to read the whole thing?
No.
Okay.
Let me second.
Okay.
Then you can talk. Sandra Hatley, Catawba RSP, I second this motion.
Thank you, ma'am. Would you like to talk? Would you like to?
No, I agree that it should say A instead of the.
Okay.
You're welcome, darling. Sandra Hatley, Catawba County. A can be broad, meaning that one over there, that one over there, that one back yonder, one way in the future. The is specific right here in front of you. That one thing. So you don't have usually just one amendment. You've got several. We got 5 right here in front of us. So you need A. Enough said.
Any other?
Person who proposed the motion, would you say your name loudly for me, please? Thank you.
Any other discussion, debate on Ms. Slay's amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of that motion, signify, raise your green card.
Green or red, whatever how they're voting.
All right, all those against the red card. The greens have it. That motion is made. We will change that to A. Now let's get back to the main amendment. Any more debate on amendment number 5? Anyone on Zoom? I thank you for your attention to these amendments. Again, I want to thank the constitutional team for the hard work that they did. I can say that in my years with NCRSP, this was probably the hardest task that I think I've ever been through. Thank you so much.
Delegates, while we get ready for the next part, just a reminder, you will vote on this electronically. According to our current constitution, amendments must pass by 2/3 vote, not a majority. They must pass by 2/3 vote. So just something to be aware of when the announcer or when the results are announced tomorrow. Bobby now.
So I think if we're not having to go back to anything, so we're now down to the candidates for state office and our elections chair, Bobby Stern, who will come up here. And we're going back to the new business items because that was, I noticed the times are wrong on the sheet. So I knew there were wrongs, times were wrong before.
They don't have times. They don't have times in there.
Yeah. So that's what Betsy was trying to get up here to do the new business items, but we're gonna have to. We got to get the election done. Pardon me? My sheet, some of my sheets are missing, so that's why I'm. When they gave me the new copies, they didn't have everything. I think we didn't have enough time to get to any new business items. Pardon me? Well, that's what I thought. I was coming up here to get the candidates, and some people said I need to do the new business items, but the candidates are pressing because we have to do that before we leave today. So sometimes I just need to like tune everybody out when they're trying to tell me something like that. Here's Bobby. Yeah, I was waiting for Bobby to show up. Okay, here you go.
If we can have all of the candidates for our officers to come to the front, there are seats up here at the first table to my right. And they'll be up here so they can come up to the podium when it's time for them to speak.
Oh, we're gonna come up here? I think also we're gonna speak down there.
They won't, it's up to you.
Better up here.
Okay. All right. So each of our officer candidates is going to be allotted 2 minutes to speak. And Renee Giles, who is a member of the Elections Committee, is going to be our timer. And she has a yellow card. And that yellow card will be shown when there is 30 seconds remaining in the time. And when the 2 minutes is up, we will stop the speaking so we can move on to the next candidate. At the end of our assembly today, I will go over voting procedures with you. So we're going to begin with our candidates. And again, if candidates could come to the front, so you're already up here, ready to go, up to my right in this front row of seats, so I don't have to wait for you to get up here when it's time for you to speak. We're going to begin with our candidates for treasurer. So the first candidate to come forward will be Deborah Cole Jones. You can sit right there. I'll direct them to look at you. Right there in front of you with the glasses.
Got to make sure I see Renee. Good afternoon. When I think of the organization, I think of the shoulders that I'm standing on and the growth in everyone about feels that we're part of this organization. And it's not about me, but it's about we. I was asked to join this organization when I was a beginning middle school teacher, 34 years, and the individual that asked me to join is here at her first retired state convention. I also, in Region 2, I was an active leadership. Everyone had an opportunity to develop and to be pushed when you felt that you did not have the skills to do the job, but they gave you enough support and confidence that you could do the job. Also, I was a local unit president for Lexington City Schools, and I have received leadership training through NEA, NCAE, but most importantly, all of you in here have touched my life as an educational trainer. I am surprised that, okay, I'm sorry. My support has continued in my leadership journey with Amy Bridges because we are the co-directors of Region 2. You never stop learning. And that's one thing about being a leader. Everyone in here teaches each other a new skill. And I am so glad that I will have the opportunity to be your NCRSP treasurer, and I hope to have your vote. But most importantly, we're in this together. Thank you.
Our second candidate for treasurer is Gretchen Lamb.
Hi, Renee. I just get on my tippy toes and I'll see. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Gretchen Lamp, and I'm seeking the position of NCRSP treasurer. So why should you vote for me? I think the treasurer has a fiduciary responsibility. Now, fiduciary sounds like this real fancy kind of name, but what it means is that we have to have the responsibility. It is a legal responsibility. We have over $350,000 worth of assets in NCRSP, and those assets need to be cared for. For NCRP, it means members' dues money is budgeted to be spent in a manner that reflects the goals and missions of NCRSP. That mission is to act collectively to enhance retirement and healthcare benefits and to serve the community and its educational needs. As your treasurer, I will work with other elected leaders to prepare a budget that funds activities and programs that will further our mission. I will monitor our spending reports to make sure that our funds are being spent according to our budget plan. Dues money does not belong to us as individuals on the board. Rather, dues money belongs to our members. Our members entrust us as elected leaders to act on their behalf to make the most effective use of that money. That needs to be assured that it is being done. As your NCRSP treasurer, I will bring that same diligence that I've used my whole career to this office. Our retired educational personnel from all service sections deserve the very best retirement and health benefits because they serve the state of North Carolina and its citizens well. Vote for me for treasurer. Thank you.
Our candidates for secretary, Vivian Melvin Salas.
Hi, everybody. My name is Vivian Melvin Salas. I am your current NCRSP State Secretary. So needless to say, I already have some experience. Prior to this experience, I was a secretary for Region 6A, so I think 2 years. I'm a retired administrator from Cumberland County School System. I have 30+ teaching years, administrative skill. I was a successful marketing representative for IBM for over 12 years. I've lived in 3 or 4 states, taught in all of them, taught in at least 2 countries. And what I'm telling you is I know how to adapt. I know how to learn. I know how to grow. I know how to organize. I know how to get things done. One of my mottos is just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. When I think of being a secretary, no thrills, no frills, just put it in the minutes the way it should be. Follow the rules, make no friends, make no opinions, make no statements, give the people what they want. It's what your notes. I'm Vivian Melvin Salas, vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second candidate for secretary, Julia Thorne.
Kathy Nagel taught me that one person standing alone and speaking out is easy to break, but together we are strong. My name is Julia Yamoka Thorne. I'm 71.9 years of age, offering myself to be your 21st century workaholic in all things secretarial. My achievements and experiences are extensive and a matter of public record. But what a candidate can do for you now and today is really what matters. We're engaged in a struggle for public education and for the quality of life for the men and women who gave that education to the children of North Carolina. And that's including everyone from the bus drivers to the custodians to the cafeteria workers, not only just the administrators or teachers. We must unite in that fight. And good communication skills are key to win that fight. I continue to acquire more writing and technical skills beyond my 52 years of paid work. Proof, my free websites that I make for the 2 organizations where I deliver the minutes to all the members. I am president of 2 organizations. Proof, my website the free website also that I made for NCRSP, which features, I'm sorry, I'm so excited, navigability and timeliness And it did save thousands of dollars at only a cost of $12. Proof my outreach to you for this very convention. Why? Because retirees deserve better. In 2024, a complete secretary for you includes technical skills, not a $240 a month, transparency, not only just to deliver the facts, but not at a cost of $90. Your only cost is your vote for Julia Yamoka Thorne. Thank you.
Our candidate for Vice President, Lena Merrill Chapman.
Delegates, how are you? I'm here as candidate, as a delegate this year, and I chose to run for one reason, because I believe that leadership is plural. Because in our role, if each of you in this room cannot be a part of it, one person can't do it alone. I plan to do whatever I can do to honor the role. I am honored to even stand here in front of you, to even apply for the vice president of this organization. I have learned a lot this year, but the more I learn, the more passion you find in what you're doing. And each of you in here, it doesn't matter if I have a candidate running against me, if I win it all. The winner of this organization are the ones who believe that each person in this room has something to give. I have been president of Greensboro. I'm currently president of Greensboro Local. I've been president by every position there is as far as NCRSP is concerned on the local level. I have enjoyed every bit of it because volunteer work is free. Did you know that? It is free and I still do it. And I am proud to stand before my own region and let them know that I am proud to represent them. And if I am vice president again, I will represent you. Please vote for Lena Merrill Chapman.
Our first candidate for president, Linda Gunter.
Oh, almost in my face. Well, good afternoon. It's been a long day, but everybody seems really peppy. I'm Linda Gunter, your current president, and I feel like my job is not done. It's when I came in, I had my 5 goals. I didn't know if I was going to accomplish them, but we did because we all work together as a team. And we've continued those and we keep adding to the list to make ourselves the best organization that we can be. When I ran, I made this my priority. I gave up positions in the Democratic Party, almost gave up my family. My daughter doesn't know I'm running, so don't put it on Facebook. But I really am very devoted to this organization because I think it is so vital for all the retirees across the state and our connections with the nation. I do have a lot of experience as vice president for 2 terms, president for 1. I've worked in all these committees. I know what's going on. I can tell you how your bank accounts are going and who's doing what. And I think that's important. I try to be creative. I listen to your ideas. I love lobbying and legislative stuff, and Colleen, she teaches me things too, and other people. I think one thing I pride myself is I have my phone and I say, I'll call you back. I will call you back. When I'm driving down the highway, I have office hours. You know, that's when I go to the grocery store or the doctor, got 30 minutes. I can give you a call. When I get there, I have to hang up. I've been to 38 locals, 9 out of the 10 regions. I know what's happening around the state, and I think that's very important as a president. So I hope you'll support me because I feel like the job isn't done. I can work with a lot of things at one time. Some people say we got too many things going on, but it's okay. We can keep up with them. And that's the main thing. And I can multitask. And so I ask you to vote for me. And there was one statement that was made about me. They said that I was using resources before, my time's up. And I was going to call the number. The person I called was in my phone. That's why I had the number. Probably thousands of numbers. I don't even know how many.
Our next candidate for president, Tom Simmons.
Well, hello, fellow delegates. I'm Tom Simmons, and I'm asking for your vote to be the next president of NCRSP. Now, standing here today is an honor. 55 years ago, when I first started my teaching career, I was really excited to be a teacher. And today I feel that same level of excitement about the possibility of being the next president of this great organization. Now, I'm not running for president because I want something to do or need something to do. My wife will tell you I got plenty to do. I'm running for this association because it's time for some bold new thinking. I'm running because it's time for an inclusive, all-inclusive decision-making. I'm running because it's time for transparency in our budgeting process. I'm running because it's time for the small rural locals to get the resources they need so they can grow their membership. I'm running because it's time to build relationships with the other two large retiree organizations in the state so that we can go into the General Assembly representing 100,000 members and maybe get some attention at the General Assembly. I'm running because it's time for a change. I don't want to change the association. I just want to find better ways to do the hard stuff. I stand here before you today to offer that bold new thinking and vision. I have the leadership skills necessary to bring diverse groups together to find solutions for today's concerns. And I've got those visionary skills to plan for tomorrow's challenges. I also know that it will take all of us working together on those same goals to make our dreams a reality. It is time for a change. Now, you've heard that NCRSP aspired to many successes in the past couple of years, and there have been successes, and we should be proud of those successes. But let me be clear about something. No one person should be able to take credit for those accomplishments. Each of you out here working has made those things possible. We can and should be proud of our aspirations. Vote for Tom Simmons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, at the end of today's assembly, I'll go over all of the directions for our voting that will take place.
Betsy Wells.
Now moving on. You have heard from candidates statewide and our own, but we're going to talk about 5 new business items. They're called the early new business items. And we've passed out the papers that had these. They have been sent to you by email. If any of you want to look on your email, they're also on the website. If you go down and scroll down to convention materials, they're there. It just makes it easier for the convention if we can do new business items on the first day and then on the second day also with the ones that came in today. Remember, if you want to submit a new business item, an action item that would help our association or something that you want to tighten up about the association, you have until we close business today to turn that sheet of paper, and it's got to be on that sheet of paper, or you can mail, you can write on it on the website and mail and email it to me. Or you can write it longhand, I call it,
on the piece of paper. And you've got the form in your booklet on page 17, I think, no. Yep, 20, that'll work too, page 29. Now, Madam Chair, do you want to say anything about the past business items from last year? They're on our website. They were on the.
All the new business items for last year are on the website. They're also in the panorama that you received. It had the statement of what passed, and then it told what action we took, like during the year. Because you don't just ignore the new business item, you've got to take some type of action on it. Or if there's a problem, then put that down. So all that information is there. The details are kind of in the minutes, but if you look at that, it's more concise.
Okay, also in your booklet on page 17, you've got 1 through 5, and on page 19, you have 6 through 9 about a summary of what happened to last year's new business items. New business items are dealt with. They're not just hidden in a closet, and then at the end of the year, they go poof and disappear. But if we could get we've got them up. If you want to look at your papers, and then if you'll share new business items with your friends, we're friendly. And we'll start off with number 1. I did. All right, the close of business today is when new business items close. So if we go to 7 o'clock, we'll miss the banquet. But if we go that long, then it would be at the end of the business item at 7 o'clock. But we won't go that long. All right, if you will look at the first business item, this business item comes in from the Legislative Committee, and Colleen Lanier is going to talk about that if she can get to a microphone. If the makers of the new business items would move down towards the front, it would certainly make it easier. It won't take as much time. But number one and number 2 really go together. So Colleen, if go right ahead.
It's my height. Is this working? Can you hear me okay? It's the right height for me. You can't hear me.
Yes, but it's a little bit short.
How about this one?
Better.
Better? Okay. So I move the adoption of new business item 1. And my seconder is a legislative committee.
Okay.
It doesn't really need a second. It's from the legislative committee.
All right, go ahead, Colleen. What is this business item?
So in this new business item, those of you here this morning know about Senate Bill 743. And we did not know that would hit us this year. So we decided we needed to add an additional item to our legislative agenda. The legislative committee could have done that without coming to you, but it was their feeling that we wanted to get input from you to see if you're okay with it. So our recommendation in this new business item is that we change it to maintaining the integrity of the state retirement plan and the state insurance plan. And that would be added to our agenda that we distribute when we go out and see the legislators. And I'll mention one more thing about the rationale. No, that one's okay on that one. Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, you've heard the maker of the motion or the new business item. And this is also from the members of the Legislative Committee. Any discussion? It has been moved and properly seconded. Well, we didn't need one, but we seconded it anyway. The committee did. Anyway, all right, all in favor of adopting this new business item, say aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, let's do it one more time. Raise your green card if you want to adopt this new business item. All right, a sea of green. All right, thank you so much. If you would lower it, and now if you will raise your red card if you do not want to adopt this new business item. All right, you have adopted this new business item. So number 1 is adopted, Colleen. So now let's do 2. I think you're getting your steps in.
Yes, that's great. Colleen Lanier, and I forgot to introduce myself before, didn't I? Excuse me. Roger didn't call me on it. Colleen Lanier, Region 2, moving adoption of new business item 2. And with this one, again, we want to share with Senate Bill 743 that we want to work with in cooperation with the state treasurer and other retiree groups to advocate for changes in this harmful legislation.
All right. And the second, anybody from the legislative committee want to say anything? All right.
They're my second.
Well, no, I just, if you wanted to speak about
Yeah,
this
they
new
seconded.
business item.
Come to this one. Come to this.
Pat,
Is it working? Okay.
Pat Randall, she wasn't using her teacher voice.
Okay.
Pat Randall, Cumberland County, Region 6A, being an LCT and contacting legislators is a good thing. That's something all of us should do. And so I am very much so for this new business item. Thank you.
All right, Colleen.
Yes, and we want to, removing adoption of this, we just want to make a change in the rationale, which is just a grammatical thing. We English teachers here, you know how we are. So on the second line, instead of as less employees, it should say fewer employees.
Fewer, okay. Okay, all right. You have heard the rationale that you have heard from the maker and some from that was seconded from the committee. Any more discussion about new business item number 1? Number 2, excuse me. Thank you, Roger. All right. Sit here and no discussion. All in favor, would you please raise your green card? Thank you. You may drop them. No, just take them down. You don't need to put them on the floor. Okay. All right. I'll oppose the red card, please. All right. 1. Okay. We have it. The new business item has passed. Okay. Thank you. We had 1 that voted against. Okay. All right. Moving on to new business item number 3. All right. The maker of this one is Dr. Wanda Dawson.
Good afternoon. I move that the adoption of the new business item number 3. And this item relates to us all having dates where we can consistently submit our reports and information to the state offices so that when it's time to change this information on the website, that everybody will have the same information and we will know where to go to look for these items.
Okay. And I'm the seconder on that. And I certainly will add to that by talking about, it says June 1st, there'll be a list of all presidents or region directors submitted to the state. And by August 1st, our local presidents or region directors submit up-to-date lists of committee chairs, and September 1st would be when they put it all on the web, on the website. It just has dates. All right, any discussion about?
Hi, Joe Source, Cumberland, retired. If we address this business item before we address business item number 5. Number 5 was changing the physical year. Does that have a change? Your dates, will they change? Will we have to?
No, it won't. May I answer? Go ahead, Wanda.
No, it does not. We had that discussion.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, and be sure and anybody else. All right. New business item number 3 is before you. You have heard the rationale. And so all in favor of adopting new business item number 3, please raise your green card. Cards, I guess. Okay. All right. I'll oppose to new business item number 3. Please raise your red card. All right, you have adopted new business item number 3. Thank you, Dr. Dawson. All right, now moving on to number 4.
Sandra
All right.
Hatley,
Thank you,
Catawba
Sandra.
County RSP. I move new business item number 4, and my second is Ginger Sermons, Catawba County RSP, right there. All right, this new business item requests the executive board to commission a special committee to create a logo design that can be more financially responsible in presenting items that we can use in a casual manner. Now, it does not take away our official, well-loved by others who see it and know that it's a professional logo, round. But there's a lot of detail to that logo, and it is expensive to reproduce. But we want to keep it on all of the legal documents. But you, as leaders back in your local, in your region, and you want to have some identification, I would like to have a committee, that's my proposal, to investigate other designs that can be secondary, casual designs. I will give you an example. Rectangular, says NCRSP. You remember the old Bird Society logo? Instead of that beautiful red cardinal, we put the lamp of learning. 2 colors on whatever background would not be anywhere near as expensive. Some people have also asked if we could make badges of the circular design that people could sew on their. Certainly agree with that. But we do need to investigate ways to present branding of our association. I would appreciate you to vote for this. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Ginger, do you want to speak? You agree? All right, okay. Any other comments? Or anybody want to speak, favor, against, or change the motion or anything? You hadn't thought about it? Okay. All right, well, hearing and seeing none, all in favor. Wait, come right here, come right up. Come right up, Deborah.
I appreciate that everyone wants to make changes to our logo, but think about the people who created our organization years ago. We can always add to it because some people already have shirts and all these things, and the cardinal represents something that they designed when our organization was created. And we don't want to take everything away because others do not like the little circling going on and all that. But guess what? Things aren't cheap anymore. But the main thing is we are still who we are. And I know some people don't like the cardinal, but these are the people that created our organization. And that's what they wanted. We can always add another one to it, but not to make all these changes that, you know, people want to make. That's my opinion.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Julia?
I love our current alternative logo, which is the vertical one. It's useful. However, as was brought up in last year's convention, which was my first one, someone had mentioned that the red cardinal makes a neophyte look at that logo and makes us think that we're ornithologists or we're interested in bird watching because it's just the cardinal. What was suggested was the lamp of learning, which is more conducive probably to an immediate connection of the symbolism between teaching and what we really are. We're not John Audubon, we're teachers. So what I did was I took the lamp of learning from the round logo and harvested it into a vertical one. So it may be more conducive to communicating who we are.
Okay. Yeah, now, remember this, it's a committee that's going to be looking into it, and investigating it, to create a committee. All right, Ginger?
Ginger Sermons, Catawba County RSP. Our suggestion is just to have a secondary, or not even that, it would be third, because we've got rectangular, square, round. I would keep my cardinal. So this would just be for locals to be able to reproduce and have a cheaper, because you could get something for your local that had just two colors on it. So we're not doing away with the ones we've got. We love those. We're just asking for suggestions for another one.
All right, we've had speakers for and one against. All right. Okay, anybody else wants to rise to the mic? You can use that one. Yeah, use that one.
I normally don't speak. And I'm only saying this now because NCRSP, all of the locals, we have so much to do, so many activities, so many things to go over. To me, this is just much to do about nothing. We have a logo, and now to create a committee, I just feel we have more important things to do.
Okay, all right, next.
Karen Slade, Alamance County, Region 4. Okay, I think I heard the last lady that was at the mic, right? Not you, but the last lady, and I agree with you. But no, I agree with you, but I'm talking about the lady that spoke before you. So are you saying that the lamp of learning would be for like if locals wanted to use it but we would still keep the logo with the cardinal? It would be an additional logo. So we're not doing away with the cardinal logo.
No.
Okay. All right. I just.
All right. All right, Tom.
I certainly agree with this idea because the small locals that want to sell T-shirts to raise some money, they can't afford that logo. We tried it in our local, and we're a mid-sized local, and we couldn't do it. So we just had to get BSR. So let's help these small locals if they want to produce a pin or a luggage tag or a shirt, whatever. Let's give some small local that won't cost them an arm and a leg or half their budget just to put a logo on a shirt. So let's pass this new business item and look out for the small locals.
All right, anyone else? All right, you've heard from several people for and against. So at this time, we will vote. All in favor of adopting this new business item, number 4, please raise your green card. All right, all opposed, please raise your red card.
I think you have division and need to count.
All right, at this time, please lower your cards and let's stand. You need to stretch too. All in favor, please stand of this business item number 4. All right, help me count.
Repeat again. They're standing.
All right, please, all right, the green card, please hold up your green card as you stand. And if you're in favor of adopting this new business item.
On this side.
30 on this side. He's doing the middle.
Thirty and 30. I count a total of 69 yeses. Is that what you got?
There's more than 9 in the Senate.
I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
71 yeses.
All right, if you all would please be seated. And now would the ones that vote no, that you do not want this business item, please stand up and hold up your red card. $25 on that side. On this side, 5 in the middle. All right, you got 20. All right, how many did you get? On that side, all right, Roger, how many did you get? I got 20, I got 30, but that's okay. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
25 over here.
25.
25, 30.
That's,
What's the middle section?
38, that's 60.
that's 58.
58 no votes. And there were 71 yes votes.
25, 30, and 5, isn't it? Mhm. I got 6.
Okay, and I mean, yes vote 71.
71. All right, you have, please sit, please. Thank you.
Point
All
of
right, yes,
information.
Tama?
Yes, Tama bounced awake. Are the delegates online being counted?
All right, we need to do that. Yes, thank you, Tama. All right. Would the delegates that are online at this time, would the ones that want to vote yes for this new business item, and you are so right, we have not done that on any of them. Okay, number 4, the new business item. Please raise your hand online, and who's going to count them? Who's going to see them?
I think Bobby's over here. I think Bobby's.
Bobby's.
You can't see it?
Okay. All right, is Bobby counting?
He says something.
He said he cannot see them. Tara can see them.
Tara can see them. Tara?
Tara must be in another room. Text her. See if we, yeah, see if we could, can you change it so we can actually see the people on the screen? Because then they could vote, they could raise their hand.
Yeah, Tama's gone.
Maybe she will find out, yeah. Okay.
Sorry? But they've not been close.
That's what it was an original, that logo started.
One.
Whitman was Will, this guy Will was there, was ex-military, he was branded everything. So that was sometime after I retired.
I guess this would be a good time to jump in or to push your hand down into the bottom of your red bag, your goodie bag, and look for the candy that slipped below the cookies and the potato chips, and just munch it a little bit for instant energy.
don't know for sure.
Here comes Tama. Let's see what Tama says. All right. What?
15 voting yes.
And 15, yes, that's 71 and 15. That's 86.
How many voting no?
She's good in that, I guess. Tomorrow? Yes. I'll let you announce that. I know. Remember that the deadline for new business items for the convention is at the end of the business session.
Give me a minute.
What are you asking?
The time when they can turn in new business items. We're not gonna have anything to do with hardly one.
I know that. I've done it.
So that's what you got so far, Patsy. You're right. 71 live, 15 online. Yes.
And we're waiting for the notes.
Got 60 no.
Did she give us that?
No, this is live. People in this room. Is that what you got?
I got, yeah, it's 6.
They're waiting on online. Tell the delegates what they're waiting on.
We're waiting on Tama finding out from the virtual people how they voted no. We got the yeses. Okay, thank you.
5 no.
5 no. All right. With the combined votes of the people that are present, the delegates present in this room, and also those online, the vote is 86 in favor. And the people that are in this room and then online voted 65 no. You have adopted the new business item. Okay. By a majority, yeah. Okay. All right. Linda, you want to step in about number 5? Or do you?
That's kind of like the end.
Is there one more business item?
There's a stuff there. There's a credentials report. This credential report.
Yeah, business item?
I do.
I think we just wait. Have something new tomorrow? But we're supposed to be out with a prisoner and we're gonna stop before.
President can extend the time.
Do we want to extend it to, I can extend it the time for the new business items to 10 days?
Yeah, I guess you could.
Do you want to go ahead and do the new business?
I guess they have to vote on it.
Yeah, they want to vote on it. We'll have to discuss it.
You mean extending? No, President can extend the time today.
Well, I'm not talking about extending the time until just like 5 o'clock. I'm just saying, let's give additional time, like an hour maybe, before they want to turn another business item.
We can ask if there's any objection. If there's no objection.
Okay.
Okay, usually we have a few more business items, but we don't. And we were originally, I mean, I don't exactly know myself because they told us that we were supposed to be out of this room by 4 o'clock. That was what we last heard at the board meeting. And that they would tear everything down so they can have the banquet in here, but the banquet's not here. It's next door from what I understand. So they're not gonna have to tear everything down. I think we could go ahead with we could save that last new business item We've got a credentials report because I guess we have to do that before we leave. And they've got the NEA delegate candidates. We could put that to tomorrow. I mean, I think we could just end everything because I think we can definitely get it all done tomorrow. Do we want it? Well, I was told by the parliamentarian, I could extend the time, if you wish, by which you could turn in another business item if you were interested. No more business items. Okay. Does anybody want to expend the time? Let's raise your hand. Just let me know for sure. Okay, nobody does. All right. So, but I think we need the credentials first. Isn't that right? So we know how many people. Right.
Madam President,
Okay. So, yes.
I would like to inform everyone, I am withdrawing new business item number 5 at this time because in having some high-level discussions, I've discovered there's a problem here and I want it right.
Thank you, Sandra. Okay, go ahead.
To expedite our time, I'm going to go ahead and share our information with the fundraiser for the North Carolina Foundation for Public School Children, your charity. First place, we still have Region 5, but second place is on your tail. Region 3 has come alive. Thank you, Region 3. Third place is now Region 4. Or you still Region, but Region 2 is on your tail. And so they're in 4th place now. 5th place, Region 6A has jumped ahead of 1B. And so that's very close and you're on the other people's tail. The 6th place is Region B. 7th place is Region 7B. 8th place is Region 1A. And 7A and 6B. You need to mix it up a little. You don't want to be at the end of the line. So that's how the best way to do it is to outbid each other. So that's what we have now. After the session, the silent auction will stay open at 5:30. I went over there. Some of you are getting a good deal on a lot of things. And so you better watch your stuff because from 8:30 to 11 tomorrow, that's when the auction will end. So if you're particularly wanting to get something at that auction, I'd be around about 11 o'clock, my item, and making sure that you get that. So thank you so much. You are doing great. And I will give you the final numbers tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
So John, you're not going to have a group auction in here? We'd never tomorrow. Okay, I'm calling Jackie Lee to come bring the credentials report. So then I've seen that Tom want to point personal privilege. So go ahead, and then Bobby is.
Kelly, just want to remind you, stop by outside and see if you won one of our door prizes. And also tonight, Team Tom will be sponsoring a hospitality room 228. Come by and join us.
Hello. Hey, you gotta give your report. Yes, you got a credentials report.
Are you next?
I think so. You got a credentials point at 3:30.
Point of personal privilege. I apologize to you delegates. I was not aware that I was supposed to bring the motion to you, and I ask for your forgiveness. I like to be prepared, and I was very unprepared, and I apologize. Thank you.
Delegates, I want to take a moment to give you an update on the banquet. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for your participation and we welcome you to the banquet. It will be next door. So we'll start at 6:30. So we want you to come at 6:30. We're gonna go in and finish setting up the room. So to make it as comfortable as possible for you, we welcome not only the attendees, but especially those who will be recognized as well. We have a choir that will sing a song at the beginning and one at the end. So we hope you to enjoy that as well. Please have your tickets as you enter this evening at 6:30, and then you can come in and you can find you a good seat. We chose not to reserve seats for everyone, but let you sit at the table of your choosing, except for the choir, of course. So if there are questions, just let me know now, and then I can answer questions that you may have. You should have your tickets in your name badge. If you did not, I will ask Tara and Carol to make sure when you get to the desk that, if you got an issue, they are the ones, and I don't see the one in here right now.
Okay, Tama's.
The door should open around 6. I plan to open them at 6:15. And because they're setting up and we want to make sure that we're ready. If you would have a guest that paid for a ticket, it should be in your badge as well. If you paid for 2 tickets, it should be there. Yeah, name tag, badge. Yeah. Any questions anymore?
Point of personal privilege.
No, you can choose where you want to
Yes,
sit.
make it.
Okay, any questions around, just ask, okay?
Is she wanting to buy another ticket that sounded like her?
That would be a Tara question. When I asked her last time, there were no more spaces.
Right.
So, but that was the last time I talked to her.
So if anybody wants a ticket, you'd have to find Tara.
Right. She might have some extra for someone not showing up, but yesterday she was saying we don't have any more seats, but if I see her, and she'll be at the door as well, please ask that question, because someone could have just said, I can't make it.
Personal privilege, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Carteret County has an extra banquet ticket if somebody needs one, and I won't sell it to you. You may have it. We already paid for one of our delegates. And the second, are you recognizing her?
She said she
Go ahead.
wants the ticket.
She wants the ticket.
Okay, all right, please see me in the back corner. And then second thing, choir members, some of you haven't checked in yet. So in about an hour, I'm going to meet you next door, not this room, but the second room. And we're going to establish a practice. If there are any problems, I'm in room 635.
Okay, and we do have Linda Powell here tonight to take pictures. We'll try a dress up version for the board. So you're pretty much dressing up anyway, and we'll take a picture.
I forgot to mention that immediately after the banquet, remind you that we do have a DJ coming to start around 8:30. That's why we set a tight schedule for the banquet, because we want you to dance until you get sleepy. We also have a table full of games that you want to stay and hang around and play some games with your friends. So we want you to leave there thinking positive and be ready for the next day. So please come out and enjoy yourself this evening and help us get through tonight with a lot of good food and a lot of good fun.
Okay, bring your attention up here to Bobby.
Okay, just want to give you directions on voting. Voting for officers and the constitutional amendments will be completed online. Following the close of today's assembly, you will receive 2 emails from the outside voting vendor, Simply Voting. It will be sent to the email address that the state has on file for you. The first email will have your user ID and your password, and the second will be your link for voting for both the officers and the amendments. On the ballot, the constitutional amendments will be numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just as they are in your booklet on page 27. So you'll just have a number. So it'll say Amendment 1, Amendment 2. Voting will begin at 6 o'clock tonight and will conclude at 11 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. You can vote on your phone, a tablet, or a computer. In the Smith room, which is to my left, there will also be computers set up in there for anyone that has difficulty being able to vote or does not have a computer or a smartphone. In addition, if you do not get an email and do not see it on your device, there will be someone in there who will be able to help you with that has a master list of all of the people who are registered and has their user ID and their password. Thank you very much.
Okay, Colleen, I heard you were over here hiding. Can't see people behind the podium.
Yes, we have announcements. A couple of things. First of all, some of you who didn't get here early this morning missed some good workshops. So there are 3 workshops tomorrow morning. And we're not sure exactly right where the locations are. That's what we're just talking about. But I know one will be right up here. Oh. Right here. And that's called the Mind, like MIND diet. And it's about how you can eat healthy and exercise and keep yourself healthy. And that's going to be sponsored by Humana. So if you see Humana on the agenda, that's what they're going to be talking about. So it'll be a good informative session for you. And then the others.
Okay. And the others, there will be one that will also be going on in the Smith room where there will be assistance provided for individuals who need that with voting. So please be conscious of the workshop and the presenter. And there will be one on non-lethal defense and the other will be on fraud. And so the Cameron and Smith rooms are in this hallway or just on the other side of the hallway. Thank you.
Yeah, so have some exciting stuff. All right, without ado.
I have one point personal privilege, and I'll make it quick. Lee Stroop, would you stand up, please?
Oh.
Delegate from Watauga County 1 month ago was in a cardiac ICU unit near death, and today he's at our convention.
Well, I didn't realize that's who it was. He spoke to me before, but I didn't know. That we kept up with you. We had. I didn't realize you with the mask on. Come back and see you. Okay, without ado, I'm just going to adjourn the meeting for today. Enjoy the dinner. See you at the banquet. Yeah. Well, Spirit House. Folwell, where did he come? He came from some different direction.